Yo, let me know if you guys can hear. Testing. I think you cannot hear desktop at the moment, so let me know. Yeah, I figured. I'll fix that now. One sec. Un momento. We'll have it fixed in un momento.
What stands out in this massive rulemaking agenda is the fact that Chair Gensler failed to make a single passed more than 20 bipartisan bills through the House of Representatives to strengthen public markets, help small businesses access capital, increase opportunities for all investors. Let me repeat, bipartisan bills. It appears only at Chair Gensler's SEC that capital formation becomes a partisan priority. And that's not the only area the SEC has ignored the bipartisan consensus.
We get it eventually here, just never on the first try.
In May, the House passed FIT 21 to create clear rules of the road and provide robust consumer protections in the digital asset ecosystem. More than 2/3 of the House, including 71 Democrats, rejected Chair Gensler's approach to digital assets by supporting clarity and consumer protection with the passage of FIT 21. Yet, true to form, Chair Gensler has doubled down on regulation by enforcement. Without the regulatory clarity and consumer protections in FIT 21, the United States will continue to fall behind Europe in technological innovation and adoption. This is unheard of in modern history, that the United States would fall behind Europe in the deployment of innovative technology. Bipartisan opposition in Congress continue rejection by the courts, and notably the end of Chevron deference should serve as a warning to Chair Gensler. Whether it's digital assets or climate policy, the SEC cannot unilaterally expand its authority. With a record like that, it's clear Chair Gensler's legacy will be defined by turning the once proud institution of the SEC into a rogue agency. I yield back, and the chair now recognizes the ranking member of the committee, the gentlewoman from California, for 4 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome the chair of the
real quick while
Securities
this clown
and Exchange
talks.
Commission,
Make sure to drop a like on the
Gary
stream,
Gensler,
retweet. We want as many
along
people
with
to get in here as
Commissioners
possible.
First,
Let people know it's active.
Crenshaw,
Appreciate you guys so
Ueda,
much, and we'll jump right into it.
all to the committee today. I'd like to start by recognizing the good work the SEC has done under the leadership of Chair Gensler.
Good work.
Despite repeated attacks against the agency from my Republican colleagues, the SEC has lived up to its mission of protecting investors and ensuring our capital markets remain the envy of the world. In fact, since Chair Gensler's tenure began in 2021, the agency has ensured a fair
Shout out to the OGs.
and investors by holding bad actors accountable. For example, the SEC brought 784 enforcement actions levied against $5 billion in fines, nearly $5 billion in fines. Importantly, recovered nearly $1 billion harmed investors, and the commission has also responded to the overwhelming number of investors, fully 80%, who have long been urging the commission to standardize climate risk disclosures. And so, I hope the SEC will also advance additional disclosures like human capital and diversity and inclusion metrics that are not just what investors want, but good for business, bottom line. While the SEC and the rest of the Biden-Harris administration has been doing its job, unfortunately, I can't say the same for all of the House Republicans. The party of MAGA has again taken us to the edge of a shutdown, even though they know they'll need every single Democrat to keep the government open. Our nation is tired of the extreme MAGA Republican Party in Congress. But I want to do something, and I know you do too. Mr.
This
Chairman,
is off to a hot
before
start.
the end of this year, I want us to strike a grand bargain on stablecoins and other long overdue bills.
There we go.
Since 2022, we've been working
Stablecoins.
for hours on end.
Still for
reach an
days.
agreement
Good to see you.
and have each made concessions. I strongly believe we can reach a deal that prioritizes strong protections for our nation's consumers and strong federal oversight. Our bill can have several paths for stablecoins to be created, but like nearly every other country that has a stablecoin framework, central bank, the Federal Reserve played a dominant role overseeing this market. And importantly, stablecoins can only be truly stable if they're backed by safe and liquid reserves, like short-term Treasury bills. But I'll be honest, with less than 3 months left in the 118th Congress, we're running out of time to pass this. I know we can get this done if we focus. So let's make it happen. In the meantime,
This is big.
Democrats will
I never
continue to
expected to
fight
hear her
for
pitching
more
stablecoins.
resources for the SEC, including by keeping the SEC and the rest of the government open so that the agency can support capital formation, open opportunities for small businesses, and protect investors. So I thank you again for your testimony, and I'm pleased that the commissioners are here. I yield back the balance of my time, and I've made a public statement to you about bipartisanship. Let's see what you do with it.
All right, that's good. Like I hate her, but that's good. That's good and unexpected.
Started the conversation during her tenure.
Guys, make sure to smash that like button, retweet, get this thing popping. We want to be the #1 stream covering that. Let's work together on that. Appreciate you guys so much.
That resulted in bipartisan legislation in this committee. It's my hope that the ranking member will that we could come to terms on a stablecoin legislation this Congress, but that we can also provide a little clarity when it comes to digital assets generally. That is the bipartisan will of this committee. Now, the nature of how we do that is where things get a little tougher and the votes are a little tougher. But I thank the ranking member for the outreach and the public statement of which she has privately told me in no uncertain terms. Don't get cornered by Maxine Waters.
Definitely don't get cornered by her.
So I will now recognize the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ann Wagner of the state of Missouri.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Gensler, under your leadership, the FICC has effectively carved the public stakeholders out of the rulemaking process. Despite many significant and interconnected rulemakings, comment periods are averaging almost 25.
1 second, like I just want to try something real quick, and I'm sure no one's going to be too upset about missing the comment period thing. So let me just try something real quick. I'm going to try to switch the source.
Comment. The outcome of this rushed approach is resulting in poorly crafted rules overturned by the courts.
We're still good on audio? It looks like I am. Testing. Yep, looks like we're still good on audio. What the heck?
Protecting American investors and making our capital markets the envy of the world. This is a board that has listened to public comment, and particularly in withdrawing or changing the swing pricing proposed rule, the custody proposed rule, and the AI data analytics rule. On crypto, this is the premier agency to protect investors, and it has responsibility for virtually every other intangible investment asset. We can provide clarity, although I don't think it's necessary. We could pass an additional statute to clarify that crypto is a security.
Crypto is
Capitalism
he already
means
capitulated on that.
that those with capital get to make the decisions, and the efforts here in Congress to blind climate investors by depriving them of the information they want has been answered by the SEC in requiring that huge group of investors is allowed to make the decisions they want to make. I yield back.
Chairman yields back. Today, we welcome the testimony of the Honorable Gary Gensler, Chair of the Securities Exchange Commission, and the SEC Commissioners, the Honorable Carolyn Crenshaw, the Honorable Jaime Lizarga, the Honorable Hester Peirce, and the Honorable Mark Ueda. Chair Gensler will be recognized to provide an oral presentation of the Commission's written testimony. Before we hear the presentation, though, I want to offer the reminder to those watching that the statements in response to questions that you're about to hear and the Commission is about to give are their views only, which should not represent the views of the SEC or their fellow commissioners. It's also important to note that this is not a meeting of the Commission for purposes of the Sunshine Act, and therefore nothing discussed here should be viewed as making a determination on an action before the Commission.
I know what needs to happen. It just takes me a minute to get there.
Ongoing litigation or enforcement actions. And members will do their best to steer away from these questions that would call for answers about ongoing cases. But members have questions. So without objection, the written testimony and the written statement will be made a part of the record. Chair Gensler, you're now recognized for 5 minutes for oral representation of your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry. Good morning, everybody.
Here we go.
Member Waters and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify along with my fellow commissioners. It's good to be together. You said the legal part, but I guess our lawyers will tell me I need to say it too, maybe. But although all 5 of us are here, it's not a meeting of the commission under this statute known as the Sunshine Act, and as a result, we plan to be mindful to avoid deliberating on business before the agency. Each of us will be providing our own views, which do not represent those of the SEC or our fellow commissioners, although we may offer our views, which is a good give and take, and share our concerns or general issues. We'll avoid making any determination as a group during the hearing about the course of action that the commission should or will make in the future on a particular matter, and consistent with long-running practices, will not comment on pending litigation and enforcement action. I think we're reading from the same script, Chair. The SEC celebrated earlier this year our 90th birthday. In the aftermath of the 29 market crash and the fraud, scams, and other observed problems, President Franklin Roosevelt came together with Congress to enact a series of laws in the 30s, and Congress and Roosevelt understood how vital our capital markets are to investors, issuers, and a dynamic and growing economy. I can't speak for my fellow commissioners, but I think it's part of the success in these last 90 years in our economy. Today, the SEC oversees the capital markets and works to deter and prevent fraud and manipulation, as well as help ensure that investment advisors carry out their duties to their clients and that companies and entrepreneurs can access capital they need to succeed. The SEC is a remarkable agency. We serve investors building for a better future and issuers raising money to fund innovation while overseeing the capital markets where they meet. The essence of this is captured in our 3-part mission: protect investors on one hand, maintain the markets in the middle, fair, orderly, and efficient, and facilitate capital formation. Capital formation meets investors and the markets in the middle. Today, we oversee over $100 trillion U.S. capital markets, and they're the deepest, most liquid in the world. To put this in context, the assets of the entire banking system are just $23.5 trillion.
Nothing on crypto yet. Nothing on crypto yet. Let's see if he comes into something here.
Comprising approximately 40% of the world's capital markets, the U.S. capital markets outpace our rough 24% of our economy. We're kind of punch above our weight class. Everyday investors benefit from the U.S. capital markets, their investment portfolios, on home purchases, college education, retirements. Approximately 58% of U.S. households
Yes,
own
Andrew, like,
stocks, directly or indirectly. American households, representing nearly 121 million individual investors, own registered funds. You know them as mutual funds and otherwise. Today, registered investment advisors advise 57 million clients. We're an agency that our
It'd be so funny if
appropriations
people
from
started
Congress are
throwing
about
tomatoes
$2.1
at
billion.
Gensler.
We've been flat
Oh.
funded, as many agencies across government are. While we are appropriated, we do fund ourselves with fees on stock
Eggs.
and other transactions, so we're deficit neutral. I'm proud to say that in 2023, the SEC staff rated us amongst the best places to work in the federal government. We ranked third among mid-sized agencies. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. Our written testimony was joint among the 5 of us. It didn't have as many adjectives or superlatives, but it did describe exactly sort of what we've done in the last 12 months, particularly the rules that we had adopted, proposed, or are being implemented. So I thank you, and I yield back.
Totally
Yield
avoided
back,
crypto.
and that is a representation of the
Fire
opening
Dog, thank you so
statements
much
for
for the
5
donations, brother.
commissioners.
Thank you.
We appreciate you yielding additional time back and for
Smash
the
the
rest
like.
of the commissioners deferring.
Retweet.
We can get into
You guys
questions.
are the best. Thank you so much. Here
I'll
comes
now
questions.
recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Gensler, in
This
March,
will be
the
crypto related.
Agriculture and Financial Services Committee sent you a letter about the regulatory treatment for Ether, the native token of the Ethereum blockchain. In the letter, we expressed concern the SEC is using different terms to describe digital assets. This includes crypto tokens, crypto security tokens, crypto asset securities, digital asset securities, and digital asset securities that are investment contracts. Does the SEC differentiate between crypto tokens and tokenized securities?
Whether any one offer or sale of an asset is a security depends on the facts and circumstances. In terms of the language or nomenclature, it's less about the terms, it's more about the economics. And it really goes down to a Supreme Court test, which is the law of the land, called the Howey test. And whether an investment contract is being offered and sold to the public, and that public is looking to others in a common enterprise, anticipating a profit. So the labels matter less than what the economics are.
But there are different terms and words have meaning. And the fact that you've used multiple different words to explain what seems to be the same phenomenon, I think really raises questions about clarity.
But the laws are clear and it's written by the Supreme Court, but also
The laws are clear, but what we're seeing from the SEC is a lack of clarity. That's what I'm trying to ask you about. You have the direct question is about the different terms. And rather than answering that question, you answered a separate question. Kudos to you. Commissioner, first, let's get into this question. I think that one reason why multiple terms are being used here for crypto is that there's no regulatory clarity or consensus identifying which tokens may or may not be offered pursuant to an investment contract.
That's absolutely true. We've taken a legally imprecise view to mask the regulatory lack of clarity.
Wow,
So
that's strong.
this question of an investment contract, SEC defined crypto asset securities as an investment contract represented by the underlying crypto asset. Yet, tucked away in a footnote on an amended complaint, the SEC clarified a security is determined by the quote, contracts, expectations, and understandings centered on the sales and distribution of a digital asset, and not that the digital asset itself is a security. Is the SEC using inconsistent standards here? I mean, is that what's happening?
I think what's happening is that we're trying to be ambiguous because the legal precision carries with it real implications. and this is why people have been coming to us and saying we need clarity. Is the token itself a security, or is it part of an investment contract? Is it being sold together with an investment contract? If it is, what is that investment contract and how long? As a regular actually the token itself is not a security. That's something that we should have admitted long ago and then started wrestling with the difficult questions.
Right. So would a statutory definition provide that clarity for the agency? Or is this something the agency can do itself?
We certainly have authority.
guys.
We can provide guidance. We can use our
Interesting,
executive authority. It's always helpful to have Congress weigh in, but there certainly are some guidelines we could provide in this area that we have chosen not to provide.
But a statutory definition would help.
Well, I always welcome the input of Congress.
That's fantastic. Everybody's
Oh,
right.
no.
Fellow commissioners are right.
All right.
We hope to hear more of that today. So let's
Apologies
continue with
here.
this question.
Can you guys hear?
Highlighted publicly, Commissioner Peirce, concerns that SEC is devoting a disproportionate amount of time on the digital asset ecosystem and diverting limited staff resources away from other mission critical work. Capital formation. How much work has been put into capital formation in the last 4 years for your agency?
Nothing on the positive side. I would say we've done things that are negative to capital formation.
I now recognize the ranking member, Ms. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Gensler, last Congress, our nation's capital markets saw huge price swings in so-called meme stocks like GameStop. As chairwoman, I convened 3 hearings, including one with the CEOs from Robinhood, Citadel, and hedge funds. We also heard from you. I later released a committee report detailing how gamification, payment for order flow, and weak oversight contributed to investors being fleeced. Following our hearings, our committee advanced several pieces of legislation to fix those problems, including my bill to finalize short selling rules and provide more clarity around hedge fund positions. You picked up where Congress left off and implemented some of these bills through rulemaking. Can you talk about the reforms you passed, as well as what additional market structure and market integrity reforms like the SEC work on? How would these reforms increase competition and reduce conflicts of interest?
Thank you very much. I'd highlight 4 things that we've done. Just last week, actually, we unanimously adopted rules that had been put out to notice and comment about the market structure itself, promoting greater competition in that market, and in that case, relaxing a restriction in the market that now markets could quote in tighter increments, called half a penny rather than a full penny increment, and lowering the fees in the market. But earlier, we also proposed, adopted, and implemented shortening the settlement cycle. So now in America, if you sell your securities on a Monday, you get your cash on a Tuesday. You used to have to wait till Wednesday. And believe it or not, that matters to a lot of people, to get that cash earlier. We also, per Congress's mandate out of the Dodd-Frank Act, we adopted a rule on some disclosure around short selling. And we also adopted some rules with regard to disclosure to clients about the execution quality, the quality in the markets they get when they sell securities. So those are the 4 items that we've done. And I think it does promote greater competition to allow people to quote stocks in tighter increments. And I do think it also helps capital formation. If the markets are more efficient, it helps both sides of the market. I think that it helps capital formation and investors. I don't think there's like an either or a dichotomy. I think most of what we do has helped capital formation.
Well, thank you very much. I can recall during the time that we got involved in this issue, particularly, looking at the relationship between Robinhood and Citadel, for example, and calls that we received about Robinhood cutting off investments and just closing down. Is that cured or is that common?
The, the closing down where investors couldn't actually buy additional securities happened because of the relationship with the clearing houses. And I think this shortening of the settlement cycle was a big plus to that and helped limit the chance that could happen again. So I do think that that was a direct result of the hearings that you had. What was that, in February of 2021?
Well, thank you very much. I've gotten a lot of calls wanting to know, what did we do? They didn't seem to know much about the bills that we passed. And I suppose that the general public does not know what you did. And we need to make sure that we get that information out in some shape or form so people will know that we dealt with those issues at the time that we experienced them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Lady yields back. We'll now recognize.
So I assume we're
Vice
all
Chair
good on
for
audio now?
Mayor
We're all good on
Arkansas,
audio?
Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Gensler, Commissioners, we're glad you're with us this morning. Chairman, over 2/3 of the members of this committee have rejected the Commission's approach to regulating digital assets at the SEC. These bipartisan members collaborated and voted to pass our Fit for Purpose, Fit 21 legislation with overwhelming bipartisan support in the House of Representatives, including 71 Democrats. All the commissioners, I think, need to recognize that our ongoing legislative work to establish a market structure for digital assets, while we've been doing that mightily here over the last 2 years, the Commission has time and time again chosen to bring numerous enforcement actions in an attempt to claim authority over secondary markets and front-run Congress. Further, the Commission arguments in regard to several high-profile federal court cases in regard to digital asset oversight have been rejected, and in some instances, your actions called arbitrary and capricious. So, Commissioner Peirce, this regulation by enforcement approach, is it really superior to having Congress give you statutory direction?
It's a very bad approach to trying to regulate an industry if you're trying to protect investors, if you're trying to shepherd the commission's resources well. It's very inefficient. And at the end of the day, it leaves everyone wondering where the lines of our authority are. That we have lots of areas where our authority is very clear, and we could spend our enforcement resources there, and we could spend our regulatory resources trying to provide clarity about what doesn't fit within our jurisdiction, and then we could leave the rest to Congress.
Commissioner Lizarraga, you used to work for former Speaker Pelosi, and you may have noted that the former Speaker voted to pass Fit 21 this past summer. Do you support this legislation draft and efforts in Congress to establish a regulatory framework for digital assets in the United States?
Congressman, I defer to Congress on its judgment as to whether a new framework for overseeing.
Do you think, sir, do you think that the existing framework that the Commission's following is the right way to go, or do you think there's a gap that could be filled by a statute in Congress?
I think we're following the framework that's in place in response to violations of the law that we see in the market. So I think it's something that we're doing in pursuit of our mission and in light of the fraud that occurs in that market. And
well, we all want people to go after fraud, but this is about people who are trying to do the right thing, and they find that an impossible task with this SEC. Commissioner Ueda, the Commission has failed to use its discretionary authority that the chairman noted in his opening statement under Section 36 of the Exchange Act to provide some regulatory clarity in the digital asset ecosystem. What could they have done? Pick an instance where you think that a working example where the Commission could have used exemptive relief in solving some of these challenges, either these ETP challenges, the special broker-dealer challenges, or the Howey test itself to have just dealt with this at the commission using.
Kawhi Girl, good to see you.
Well, thank you. The commission has a wide range of existing tools that we could use to address the lack of clarity, whether it has to do with the status as a security or whether it pertains to broker-dealers or exchanges or custodians of these types of digital assets. To my knowledge, I am the only commissioner in the history of the agency who's actually stood before a panel of judges in oral argument and articulated the Howey test after having filed a written brief with that court. One of the things, so the Howey test is an investment of money in a common enterprise with the expectation of profits from the efforts of others. That's from the Supreme Court. Numerous other circuit courts have elaborated what exactly that means. The commission, for instance, I'll give you one example, could have articulated specifically in the context of crypto and digital assets, how you apply this test as to whether or not it's an investment contract and therefore a security. We've done that before. For instance, to explain what fiduciary duty means under the Federal Investment Advisors Act. We have chosen not to go down that path. And right now, I've been with the commission for 20 years, or for, I'm sorry, 18 years. I've been a securities regulator for 20 years. We are now entering into our second decade of thinking about this issue. It first popped up on my
Thank you,
agenda.
Commissioner. My time has expired. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Second
Yields back.
decade of
We'll
thinking about
now
this
recognize
issue.
The gentleman from New York, Dr. Velasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Gensler, as you know, Section 956 of the Dodd-Frank Act tasked you and 5 other agencies with promulgating a rule to ban executive pay that incentivizes inappropriate risk-taking at financial institutions. Even though the law gave the agencies an April 2011 deadline to promulgate a rule, we still don't have one. Since last year's banking crisis, Senator has written to you twice about this issue. 4 out of the 6 agencies have moved forward with a new proposal earlier this year, but the SEC and the Federal Reserve have not. Why did the SEC not move forward with the 4 agencies earlier this year?
Thank you. I take the mandates of Congress very seriously. When I got into the job, there were still about 10 from the Dodd-Frank Act, including Section 956, not yet done. We've moved on, I think, all of the others, if I'm not mistaken. On this one, it has to be a joint rule. And once the Federal Reserve told us that, and they've told us at staff level, they've told us at the chair level, that they were not yet ready to move on it. I thought it was best just to.
Sir, you said that you're taking this job seriously. It has been 14 years.
I
Do
think.
you think we deserve better?
I think that the American public definitely deserve that we do this, and I'm supportive and have asked staff to work on it.
So,
But I understand the Federal Reserve is not willing at this time to move forward, so it was a matter of resources.
On what timeline are you committed to implementing this rule?
Jointly, as Congress has said, with 5 other agencies, when we
So let me
will
ask
not
you-
slow the Federal Reserve down. We will be
What-
ready whenever they're ready.
What progress, if any, has the SEC made this year to propose a rule?
We've collaborated and talked to all the other 5 agencies, and we can only actually propose something if joint. And so we need the Federal Reserve. If they're ready, we'll be ready.
Commissioner Lizárraga, do you think it's time for this rule to be promulgated?
Yes, Congresswoman, I recently gave a speech outlining my views about the importance of advancing this important Dodd-Frank priority. It has been a long time.
And why do you think the SEC and the Fed are stalling on this
The
issue?
reality of joint rulemaking, I think, is part of it. It is complicated, and the other component to this.
We
is-
all know that it's complicated, but it has been 14 years.
I hear you, and the one thing I was going to add, though, is that the other agencies, unlike us, don't have to conduct economic analysis like we do, so that also adds another layer.
By a show of hands, is there anyone who thinks this rule should not be implemented? Well, I will remind everyone that Dodd-Frank does not instruct the SEC or the other agencies to study the rule or inform Congress about whether they think the rule is a good idea. The law requires the covered agencies, including the SEC, to implement the rule regardless of whether or not they think it's necessary. And it's been 14 years. So I find it hard to believe that the rule is so overly complicated or needs so much analysis that it will take 14 years. As I have said before, I will continue to bring this rulemaking up at every opportunity until the rule is finalized. Chair Gensler, we continue to hear about the benefits of tokenization and have seen large asset managers like Franklin Templeton use blockchain to digitize their assets. The SEC has approved several of these products. Do you see any evidence that the savings realized by the asset issuers is being passed on to the consumer?
I'm not familiar enough with any one of the projects, but regardless of where somebody stores their ledger, if they tokenize security, an equity, a bond, or an investment contract, it's important to make sure that the investors, the investing public, have the disclosures they need. But just putting something on a tokenization, on a blockchain ledger, doesn't change the economics. It's whether it's a good investment, and we stay merit neutral on that.
I yield back. Thank you, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, that was a bunch of nothing burgers.
And thank you, Chairman Gensler and the commissioners for appearing today. I'd like to begin by focusing on proposed Rule 10B-1 regarding security-based swaps positions. And Chairman Gensler, we've discussed this proposal before, and I appreciate your willingness to engage on this rule and to meet with stakeholders. I know you're familiar with the bipartisan feedback concerning market liquidity. Chairman, would you first briefly touch on if the commission is still taking the bipartisan feedback into consideration? And I'd also appreciate it if Commissioner Peirce would offer insight on that as well. But first you, Commissioner.
Yes, and your feedback was very helpful because you helped write this provision in the original bill, and I remember it because we worked together on some of that legislation. So while a comment period closed months ago, if feedback comes in, just like this discussion here, we continue to consult and consider that in this. This is about whether in securities-based swaps, there's some reporting or transparency for the larger positions to the agency, and secondly, whether there's any public reporting of that. And there was a lot of comments in the comment file to maybe look to just have the reporting to the agency and not have it public, but we're still considering that record.
Commissioner Peirce.
I mean, I think this project is pretty typical of a lot of rulemaking projects at the SEC. We go out with something really broad and very onerous and lacking the data to form the basis for it. And then we get comment back saying, hey, this is unworkable. It's going to have really adverse unintended consequences. And we pull back. And so we're thinking about it now, and I don't know where we'll come out. But I will say if we get it wrong, then we really risk roiling the markets. And so I hope we will take that consideration into account.
The SEC recently made significant reforms to Treasury clearing, which plays a vital role for financial markets in the U.S. economy. Market participants
There's going to be certain people who actually push on digital assets and some who don't. So we're just going to have to focus on the people who are actually going to talk about digital assets. This guy clearly isn't going to be one of them, unfortunately. So tomorrow is going to be Gary Gensler alone, but I still think he's going to get drilled down on here and some of the issues.
Your timeline. This is a vital market to the U.S. taxpayers, a $28 trillion Treasury market. And it's really to bring greater efficiency, meaning lowering the cost and lowering the risk, resiliency through central clearing. The first timeline is on track right now in March of next year for what's called customer clearing. The ultimate timelines go all the way through June of 2026.
Commissioner Peirce, could you offer your perspective on Treasury clearing timeline?
So I didn't support the rule because I thought we could have taken a more measured approach, but now that the rule's in place, I'm committed to as sound implementation as possible. And I think we should be open to the idea of extending the timelines. And also, we should be working closely with industry and other regulators to make sure we're getting this right. I've called for setting up a task force to really throw ourselves into the implementation process. And then that will put us in a place to know whether we need to extend timelines.
As many of my colleagues have discussed during the past several years, the volume and scope of the SEC rulemakings have been of concern. The two examples, the custody rule and the predictive data analytics rule, both presented major challenges to the market and both seem to require major revisions to address the unintended consequences. Commissioner Uedea, could you discuss how the commission could better catch these unintended consequences before reaching the proposal stage?
One common tool, which we have not used in recent times, is to hold roundtables and other fact-finding type activities that would lay a better predicate before we issue an actual proposal. That is
Thank you
one
so
of
much for their
the
donation to
challenges, I
XP
think,
Market, and
concerns I've had
massive
about
thank
our
you to
current
anyone who
proposals
catches
is
one of
they are
those
so broad
donations to
and so
XP
wide.
Market.
We have the proposal itself, but many times we'll have dozens, if not scores, of permutations and combinations on that. When you have multiple rulemakings all at the same time on different subjects that affect the same entities, it's really hard for them to give us thoughtful feedback on that. So this is one where it's a bit like, I think the saying in construction, measure twice, cut once. We should think about doing the same thing with proposals.
Thank you, Commissioner Uedea. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Man, thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chairman, with all of the guests here today, some of you may have been told when you were kids that paranoia is bad, and that we need to avoid that. That it's just stuff going on in our heads. But I learned when I was a kid that bad stuff does happen that you thought about, and so therefore I reject any attempt to convince me that I should not be paranoid about AI. It is
Oh God, this is going to go
concern.
nowhere. This
And
guy
I don't know
right
if any
here.
of you
This is
saw
going to
the
be another
movie called
toughie.
iRobot. It ought to be required reading.
Dude's talking
for
about iRobot.
everybody with the SEC and our financial agencies. If you look at the movie again, you probably miss it the first time, but if you look at it now, you're going to find out that all those robots were white. And I was thinking, Will Smith should have gotten a couple.
What is this guy
black and brown
talking
robots,
about?
but that's just my paranoia. I know that you have been
what?
somewhat concerned, Mr. Chairman, and I agree. I think I agree with what you are trying to say.
All the robots are white?
An article that if we are not intentional with rulemaking, we could set ourselves up where powerful AI systems could dominate human decision making. What should we be doing as it relates to AI?
It's like, what?
I think it's one of the most transformative technologies of our times, but I share your view that it presents challenges. I think of another great movie. It was a romantic comedy, not iRobot, but Her. And you might remember Scarlett Johansson is the voice of the virtual assistant girlfriend to Joaquin Phoenix. And
the comments.
The robots are trying to tell us something.
Yeah. Well, at some point in time, she went offline, but it was 8,316 love interests that she had that all had broken hearts.
Always good to see you.
It's a good movie. But the point is, we could end up with the same thing. We have 3 large cloud providers. 75% of the financial industry relies on 2 of those cloud providers. Those cloud providers are the dominant players in artificial intelligence, or growing to be the dominant. And we could see 75% of the banks and broker dealers and financial sort of relying on a couple of, Scarlett Johansson, virtual assistants, so to speak. And I think that a future chair of a banking committee, House Financial Services Committee, sorry, could be overseeing a hearing saying, what happened? Why did we have the financial crisis of 2030 or 2035 or something? I think that's a risk. What to do about it? It's hard because it's across so many different financial actors. How do you sort of maintain diversity? And this is diversity of computers, diversity of competition amongst those algorithms. It's a hard challenge to solve. But I agree with you. It's a challenge. It's real.
I'm
This is
interested in
such
any-
a
in
waste
any
of time.
Our other
Someone needs to take this guy's
speakers or
time away.
guests, if you have any views on artificial intelligence that may be of some value to those of us who are in Congress.
I mean, I think skepticism is always warranted, but I think we also need to look at the promise of the new technology in ways that it can help us as a regulator to regulate better and can help the industry to better serve more people.
All right, guys, pause the audio real quick on the screen. Trust me, you're not missing anything. I want to say thank you to everyone dealing with some of the audio issues in the beginning. Had a pretty complex setup going on to try to do a lot of different things at once. Obviously, there are some issues with that, so really appreciate you guys all being here. Make sure to smash a like. The good news is even though we haven't had anything great so far, we should have a couple people coming in with some digital asset related stuff. We kind of got some of these boring people out of the way early, so hopefully we can move past some of these what is the race of a robot question and try to get to something that's actually important. Looks like we just had this guy finish up, so let's hope we get something real now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to take a minute and to thank you for your service to the United States Congress and this committee. Quite likely when we come back next time and if we hold another meeting, you'll be a retiring member of Congress, but during your period of time that you've been here, I've enjoyed not only your confidence and your friendship, but your service. I want to personally thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you and I have had an opportunity to deal with each other a couple times, and you know my comments that I have made to you about the rights of people who are on the other side that you regulate. Today, I'd like to just take a few minutes and tell you the things that I think are important for the entire commission here. One of them is that I believe that you need more fairness and balance. I think the SEC does not have fairness nor balance. I think that the SEC is engaged in selective enforcement. I think they're engaged in selective enforcement, perhaps of 1 or 2 or 5 people in a marketplace that were not really guilty of anything, but simply were someone that you wanted to make an example of. I think that you can come up here and hear members say how proud they are of you for having $5 billion worth of fines that you have put off of people who have theoretically done something wrong. That diminishes shareholder value too. When you fine a company, it takes away shareholder value. And that's one of the things that your commissioners have talked about today, that their mission is to ensure shareholder value and to protect people. Mr. Chairman, I believe that you should engage, as well as all the commissioners, in making sure that you do not make examples of a few select people. Mr. Chairman, I believe you should look at the mission statement that the SEC has, perhaps on a daily basis, and make sure that your staff and you live up to that. I believe that if you get in trouble, if you didn't intend to get in trouble, you ought to be able to get out of trouble. You ought to be able to work your way through regulatory morass instead of waiting for the average of 140 days or whatever it might be for you to respond back to a person. Mr. Chairman, I believe that the marketplace is complex. I believe that things happen that none of us have any real control over, including bankruptcies or other matters. It's when you collude to do something, or you have insider information, or you fail to do your job properly, due diligence or whatever. But I can give you examples where the SEC is causing individual agents in the marketplace who also lost money in certain assets, and the SEC came after them and had them spend $500,000 of legal counsel to defend themselves against something they, nor they alone, were engaged in, but it was selective enforcement. And I have seen this across this Biden administration at the Department of Justice, at the SEC.
See, this guy's making a good point, but you can't just talk at Gary Gensler like this. He's just going to ignore it. Like, if you just sit there and talk at him, he's just going to ignore it. So, like, he's making fine points, but what it's not going to do anything. Gary Gensler is just going to ignore it.
That are neither fair nor balanced. I've got a minute left. Sir, would you like to engage that issue and defend that?
I'm very proud of the agency and the hardworking folks of the agency, the 1,300 folks in enforcement, but all the other lawyers and accountants and economists and my fellow commissioners that support that effort. They follow the facts and the law where they take them. We do bring, as noted, 700 or so enforcement actions a year, many of them settled actions. We look to people who cooperate with the agency and really recognize that cooperation with the agency to try to, as you say, get things right. I, by the way, would concur with you. Markets are complex and life is complex, and people do often make genuine, just human mistakes. But our enforcement division, I couldn't be prouder of them.
I will
and
look
they
forward to
following.
testing that theory, and I want to thank each of you for your service, not just to the SEC, but the American people, and I will challenge you properly and professionally on this issue. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our witnesses. Price discovery is critically important to the success of our capital markets, and it's really foundational to investor confidence. However, with the rise of day trading and trading apps, social media buzz seems to have as much an effect sometimes on equity pricing as economic fundamentals. This concern gets amplified when the social media is swamped by inauthentic AI-generated bot accounts that the social media platforms seem unwilling or incapable of identifying and removing. It is obvious that manipulative misinformation can have long-lasting impacts on companies' reputations and their ability to raise capital. And perhaps abusive short selling is the most obvious example where this could happen. Chairman Gensler, do you think that revisiting short selling regulations is necessary to prevent this sort of manipulations that can happen on social media or other false claims injected into fake media sites, various kinds of inauthentic, often AI-generated speech?
Let me start with artificial intelligence and then go to the short selling, if I might. But I think fraud is fraud, and whomever deploys a model has a responsibility to make sure that they're not using that model to defraud the public, manipulate the markets, as you say. But I think it will be.
Every single time I watch one of these hearings, it's like I just lose confidence in the entire government. It's like half of these questions don't even need to be answered by Gary Gensler. They're just going up there and talking, and then Gary Gensler talks back. It's like there's no point of actually having him there. Nothing's learned.
I think in terms of short selling, it is an important part of the markets. This is a very important part of price discovery that we in our capital markets, somebody can express a view that a stock will go up, and somebody can express a view that it's going to go down. What's critical is that people are not trying to make false claims lie to the public, manipulate
Yeah,
markets.
and so the issue is the anonymous AI-generated trash that's appearing on social media and our inability apparently to stop it. And that's very different than an opinion letter in the Wall Street Journal where everyone knows who's involved. It's a very different.
And I can only speak for myself, but I contend that that individual who deploys the model has certain obligations to ensure that that model is not making false claims, misleading.
If we can figure out who they are. Well, separately, I've heard concerns from industry participants about influencers, bloggers, celebrities, and others that use their celebrity status to promote investments without disclosing that they are in fact being paid to do so. And what's worse is when the person that's paying the promoter may have a position in the company that they intend to liquidate alongside the promotion, which is, really a classic pump and dump scheme. There's been some high-profile examples recently in the crypto space, but I understand there may be issues in just the over-the-counter markets as well, where smaller companies raise capital. Can you say something about that?
Congress actually spoke of this in our original statute and thought that when you were advertising or promoting a stock or security, that you had additional obligations.
AI
So
influencers is a
put in
great
place
point. I'm sure they have
rules,
no idea
a
about
law
that.
against, if you're touting, you have to say who paid you and did you get paid. You can't just say hashtag ad. You have to say something more. And that was Congress's will. And we have, from time to time, found celebrities who've forgotten that important law, and we've brought in
Or never learned it. Yeah. So are there gaps in the SEC's authority to pursue these cases?
I would say I think the laws are strong. I mean, it's always gaps in resources, and we get on average a year 40 to 50,000 tips, complaints, and referrals. That's 4,000 a month or so, and we have to prioritize those tips and complaints and referrals.
Okay, and let's see, I've got about half a minute here. Just, I didn't support the FIP 21 Act. And one of the things that confused me about it is that it defines a 20% threshold for ownership to be enough decentralized to become a tradable equity. And so this, and the problem is that at the same time, it allowed anonymous self-hosted wallets. So how would the SEC identify who owns 20%?
Gentleman's time's expired. We'll ask the chair to respond
for the
record. The gentleman from Michigan, the chair of the Oversight Subcommittee, Mr. Heising, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to take one quick second, and I first want to say thank you to you for your
This could be good.
leadership,
This could be
for
good.
your confidence in not just me, but your leadership team as we tackled some very tough issues, and more importantly, your friendship. And of course, I'd appreciate 15 seconds back on the clock, but it is an important note to say thank you. I'm going to start here. First of all, thank you all for being here. I think this is an important step. It's been quite a while since we've seen all of you here at one time. Commissioner Peirce, you have noted that in keeping with the materiality standard informing SEC rulemaking on disclosures, quote, information is material if there is a substantial likelihood that an objective, reasonable investor, by the way, that's language that Thurgood Marshall used in the 1976 court case establishing materiality, would consider the information important to an investment or voting decision. All reasonable investors value financial returns, but they may diverge in which non-economic considerations are important. Could you explain the difference between that, why the commission has diverged from this traditional, well-established materiality standard, and we've started hearing, quote, decision useful language? Unpack that a little bit, please.
I think the reason to depart from the materiality standard and instead embrace this more ambiguous decision useful standard is so that we can listen to the voices of non-investors, people who have non-investment interests in companies and seeing companies do things. And so you open it up to this wide range of stakeholders who has any list of non-essential, non-economic interests in a company.
Do you have concerns with that?
Absolutely. I mean, our job is to get information to investors to help them make decisions, not to a random group of stakeholders.
And it seems the courts have had concerns with that as well. All right, Chair Gensler, we've seen there be an uptick in the industry pressure at the court level against the SEC. But we've also seen the SEC embark on a rulemaking agenda that some have called frenzied and rushed. In testimony before the committee, the chair noted the number of finalized rules is less than a number of my predecessors in a comparable time frame. Essentially, that your rulemaking onslaught is on par with past chairs. Again, to both Ms. Peirce and Mr. Ueda, although the chair might technically be correct on that, isn't it true that the breadth of this rulemaking is indeed historic that you've seen? And how would you respond to those comments about it's just been business as usual at the SEC?
Yeah, the breadth of the subject matter covered, the number of rules and the complexity of the rules. And as Commissioner Ueda mentioned, the number of different alternatives being offered in those rules means that it's a very difficult lift for the public to respond.
Mr. Ueda, quickly.
Yeah, you can't compare just top line numbers. You have to look at the substance, and these are very, very complex and wide-ranging rule proposals under the current chairmanship.
Okay, I'm going to try and get through two more things here. And Chair Gensler, I'm going to turn to you. I'm increasingly concerned the SEC is moving away from that, acting as an independent commission as it's intended to be. Obviously, I believe the overreach via the climate disclosure rule now seems to be extending to companies seeking accessing U.S. stock exchange, the ability of ESG activist groups to unduly influence what is supposed to be an impartial assessment of a company creates a dangerous precedent. Last week, the House passed my bipartisan piece of legislation that pushes back on some of these groups who, frankly, have hijacked our capital markets process. Please, yes or no, as I want to hit one more, will you commit to ensuring the SEC will not allow ESG agendas to drive whether a company that has accurately and fully disclosed its business operations and risk can be publicly listed in the U.S.? I don't think it's a confusing question. Are you going to allow ESG activists to influence your decision whether a company is allowed access or not to be listed?
Companies, as long as they comply with the law, can list. And I also want to agree with Commissioner Peirce earlier. Materiality is about the investors, and decision useful, because they were words I use, are about investors. Investors making decisions,
I've got
not
5
non-investors.
Sorry. PCAOB, yes or no, if, as Ms. Ho at the PCAOB has said, that the actions may end up breaking the public company auditing profession's back, particularly for small firms. Yes or no, if we break the profession in the name of investor protection, are we really protecting investors? I know I will ask for a written response on that, but I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, this will be interesting. It won't be pro crypto.
Power in this town is with the crypto industry. They make money literally by making money. They put a couple $100 million that we know about into politics just recently. And of course, I say that we know about because crypto's one magic skill is the ability to hide money, hence the name cryptocurrency, which means hidden money. And if you look at our campaign finance laws, there's no way for to enforce them when a politician accepts crypto and has really no idea where that money's coming from.
Oh boy.
Standing up to crypto. Thank you for standing up for the rights of those investors who care about the environmental impact on their investment. And let me point out that many courts' decisions have basically come down to materiality is decision useful information. And it is simply a renunciation of capitalism for government to say, investor, you're wrong. You can't make decisions based on the environment. You have to make your decisions only based on earnings per share. Last I heard, government telling the investors what to do is not the capitalist system. Commissioner Crenshaw, you haven't had a question. This is something we discussed. and it particularly concerns me about the crypto industry. It's my understanding that you have ethics rules so that if you leave the commission, you can't lobby the commission for the people who are paying you for another 2 years. Now, we know crypto is trying to influence Congress, but there are hundreds of us. It's very inefficient. There are only 5 of you, and frankly, they don't really want to influence us. We want to influence you. It's my understanding that crypto is free to offer any one of you a $5 million a year, 5-year contract, so long as in the first 2 years you're not going to be lobbying the commission. Do I have that right? Is that the rule? Or I'm not suggesting any career changes here, but are the rules so loose that any commissioner could take a $5 million a year contract from crypto?
I believe they could take a job at a crypto entity, and there are ethics restrictions in place.
And the ethics restrictions don't differentiate between a $250,000 a year job and a $50 million a year job.
I don't believe so.
Well, maybe you'd want to propose at least some limits on what those jobs could do. I'm concerned,
As
Chair
much as I hate
Gensler,
him, I
about
don't disagree.
Webull and others who might have investor information in China. Is the commission going to do anything, especially in light of our concerns here about TikTok, to make sure that when investor data is in the hands of, say, a brokerage firm, that it is not accessible to the Chinese Communist Party?
Whether a brokerage firm is owned by Chinese or Americans or Europeans, they have to comply with our laws and they have to protect information, customer information.
But does that, as a practical matter, are they free to comply with those laws by storing the information in China? There might be cheap data storage available in Shanghai.
No, I believe so. As long as they comply with our laws, they can store it in any
Well, I would hope the commission would look at a requirement that understands that in reality, if it's stored in Shanghai, it's not protected from the Chinese Communist Party. You should require that the data not be stored in China. And I want to commend you for withdrawing, and I know you're going to be republishing rules on swing pricing, liquidity rule, safeguarding the safeguarding rule. I think you've really listened to Congress. I think those rules needed change. On the other hand, I want to commend you for the rules giving climate investors the information that they need and deserve. I want to point out, as you look at the safeguarding rule, that do you see any reason why that would have to deal with the safeguarding of real estate? I mean, it's hard to move and the county records are pretty clear. Are we worried that would we need the safeguarding rule to cover real estate?
Again, we put requirements and whether to do that which Congress had originally laid out in Dodd.
Oh yeah, sorry. What I was saying was they're not talking about anything interesting, but Taylor said it's hilarious how Gary, when asked about his views on crypto, he says they're merit neutral regulator, but when asked about AI, he says it's a game changing disruptive technology. So it just shows that he's really not merit neutral anymore. What he's doing is he's essentially just picking winners and losers in the market, trying to pick which technologies he wants to win. It's a great point by Taylor.
And so the typical case is not based on fraud or any evidence of a problem other than a record-keeping problem. Now, that's a serious problem, but I think we need to address it not through enforcement first, but through regulatory work that involves working with people on the outside the industry and so forth to try to figure out how to make these rules workable and also effective for our
No
regulators.
fraud, no customer harm. Why didn't the SEC issue a risk alert During COVID, for instance, when it knew that the whole world was becoming more reliant on using phones for communication during this time of abrupt, forced remote work, why did the SEC wait and play gotcha after the fact with enforcement actions?
Yeah, I mean, I think you point out that a lot of this probably did stem from the fact
Did.
that COVID changed the world and the way we do things. And that's why we should have taken a regulatory approach first. And then for people who were outliers and bad actors and were defying the rules, we could have brought enforcement action.
Over $3 billion. It's quite the cash cow. I'd like to enter, Mr. Chairman, into the record the dissent that Commissioners Peirce and Ueda released today
Without objection.
regarding this. Commissioner Ueda, pardon me. Retail investors are statutorily allowed to invest in private investments, including private funds via closed-end funds, which are subject to important protections under the Investment Company Act. However, SEC staff, through informal guidance, whatever that is, and not rulemaking, has prohibited a closed-end fund from investing more than 15% of its net assets in privately offered funds, unless the closed-end fund's shares are available only to accredited investors. Private funds have grown enormously in number and variety, sir, in the past 2 decades, but ordinary investors are unable to invest in them. That's why I sponsored bipartisan legislation, along with Representative Meeks, the Increasing Investor Opportunities Act, to overturn the informal SEC staff position and allow closed-end funds to more fully invest in private funds. Earlier this year, this important legislation passed the House with significant bipartisan support. Why has the SEC permitted its staff to deny everyday ordinary retail investors the same opportunities for investment returns from alternative asset classes enjoyed by affluent investors?
I find the position taken by the staff to be frustrating. Those staff positions are under the control, though, of not the commission, but whoever serves as chairman. One thing we've learned is that diversification matters, particularly for retirement investors.
Yes.
For 2.5 years, I was a state securities regulator. Therefore, I'm a member of CalPERS. My portfolio at CalPERS looks very different with its allocation to private equity, venture capital, and private credit than I can ever obtain as an ordinary worker trying to seek to save money through an IRA or a 401k plan.
So you're obviously concerned about the SEC staff position?
I'm sorry.
You're concerned about this SEC
Yes, I
staff
am.
position. And should retail investors have access to these investments through regulated products such as closed-end funds?
I think we need to provide those opportunities to retail investors. Yes.
Yes, not just the rich and affluent. There's bipartisan approach to the SEC swing pricing proposal. We've heard a little bit about it. Industry commenters have claimed that the proposal is both unworkable and harmful for retail investors. And even the Consumer Federation of America opposes the proposal. Let me just say, Chair Gensler, did you still intend, because I'm not clear on this, to advance this swing pricing rule in the face of overwhelming opposition, sir?
We got a lot of comments, as you mentioned, about the challenges of that rule. Also, I want to note that the banking regulators oversee about $6 trillion of collective investment trusts. And what we've said, and what I've said is, until we see what the bank regulators do, I think
All right,
we
so
should
it's still not
put a
clear.
hold on this.
I would say to Mr. Sherman and others that oppose it greatly, along with 2 of your commissioners, a reproposal cure has got fatal flaws too. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman, as my time has expired.
The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, I understand, Mr. Chairman, this could be one of your last hearings as a member of this esteemed body. And I just want to say that while we spend most of our time arguing, I still regard you as a good and decent man, and I'm pleased to have served with you. I also have to confess that there are a handful of your Republican colleagues that I wish would leave Congress. However, you are not among them. You are not among them. So thank you for your service
Thank you, my friend.
to Congress. Really appreciate it. Chairman Gensler, Mr. Larinaga, good to see you again. Welcome back. Welcome back. Mr. Chairman, so on September 3rd, 2024, let me shift over here. The FBI issued an alert warning the crypto industry that North Korea is, quote, conducting highly tailored, difficult to detect social engineering campaigns against employees of decentralized finance, DeFi, cryptocurrency, and other businesses to deploy malware and steal cryptocurrency.
This is actually interesting.
The alert specifically noted that North Korea has, quote, conducted research on a variety of targets connected to cryptocurrency exchange-traded funds, which suggests ETFs may be a target of North Korea soon. So North Korea, as you well know, is a serious threat to the United States, and I know you've done an awful lot of work on
This is about North Korea
ETFs.
trying to hack the ETFs.
And I know you're aware that the vast majority of the hundreds of billions of dollars worth of funds in these ETFs are held in custody at a single entity. And just the structure of this, doesn't this put investors' funds, unlike the traditional financial system, doesn't this put investors' funds at serious risk if there is a breach, a cybersecurity incident?
It is one of the sort of structural challenges with crypto itself, that it's stored on this irrevocable ledger, that if somebody takes a hack and is able to take it, and so the concentration could be a risk, and that's why competition is good as well. I know there's other service providers that are looking to provide that service to custody that crypto as well.
It's ironic that, this is supposed to be a decentralized system, but we have this concentration that introduces so much risk in the system.
No, it is most definitely. Finance tends towards concentration, but crypto field is not immune to that. There's quite a bit of concentration. That FBI alert that went out also noted it was attached to a whole report that talked about $4 or $5 billion of investor harm that had happened just in the last year as well.
Right. The other piece of this related to that is the way the stack works. So you've spoken before about the risks of the vertical integration of crypto, where we have, for example, you get a single entity should not be acting simultaneously as an exchange, then a broker and a dealer and a custodian, because that puts customer funds at risk and presents conflicts of interest as well, as we saw with FTX. Can you talk about that? Can you talk about why these are concerns, and do you take issue with the proposed market structure legislation under FIT 21 that's been introduced, and what changes you might suggest?
Look, I think one of the hallmarks of our capital markets have been that stock exchanges are separate from broker dealers, that they each make money, they each have an important role, but that conflict is not mixed. We wouldn't have the New York Stock Exchange actually operating a hedge fund, operating the dealers on the floor as well. They're kind of separated. And we've seen in the so-called crypto exchanges commingling this and also taking custody of their customer funds. And at times, as you mentioned, the FTX collapse, being fast and loose with those customer funds.
Yeah, what I worry about is it seems to be that the crypto industry and in FIT 21 has proposed, because this is, digitized and we're going to put this on a blockchain, that we can sidestep all of the regulations that we've adopted here for the traditional finance industry.
I think that the time-tested protections are really important. I would also say court after court has actually spoken, it's to an earlier point if I can, that this Howey standard is actually quite clear One court said Howey provides clearly expressed test for determining what constitutes an investment contract. Another court said the SEC based its claim on straightforward application of a venerable Supreme Court precedent. I could go on and read quote after quote from cases in the crypto field.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your courtesy, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Gensler, you say Howey is clear, but let me tell you what's not clear. What's not clear is what the rules of the road are if you're in the crypto business. Over the past several years, the SEC has brought approximately 150 enforcement actions related to the digital asset ecosystem. In 2023 alone, the SEC brought nearly 50, up from 53% from 2022. Let me read a description of what your agency is doing to one particular company, Coinbase. Today's Wells notice does not provide a lot of information for us to respond to. The SEC staff told us that they have identified potential violations of securities law, but little more. We asked the SEC specifically to identify which assets on our platforms they believe may be securities, and they declined to do so. Today's Wells notice also comes after Coinbase provided multiple proposals to the SEC about registration over the course of months, all of which the SEC ultimately refused to respond to. So Coinbase repeatedly, 30 times, tried to come in and register with the SEC, and the SEC refused to respond. They then submitted a petition for a rulemaking, which was rebuked, which was completely ignored. Then the SEC identified potential violations in a Wells notice, but refused to identify what those were. Howey, in your mind, is very clear. What participants in the crypto space are telling us is that this is totally unclear. Commissioner Peirce, is this moving target, is this lawlessness by the commission conducive to investor protection?
No, it's not.
Chair Gensler, I think we need not only FIT 21, but we need an SEC that actually establishes rules so that everybody knows what they are and enforces those rules instead of making everything a moving target and refusing to respond to requests from investors and providers of crypto assets what those rules are. But I want to move to another question really quickly.
That was awesome.
Over and over again, your administrative actions have been invalidated by the courts. And we've seen it in the proxy advisory rule, the private funds disclosure rule, the debt box example, the stock buyback rule, Grayscale, Ripple, over and over and over and over again.
I think that's
your
our first Ripple
administrative actions
mention.
have been struck down in federal court. Commissioner Peirce, what does this say about the legitimacy and reputation of the SEC when the agency is constantly losing in federal court?
Well, it certainly says we need to be a little more careful when we go out with proposals and when we take actions to make sure that we're acting within the constraints that Congress gave us. And these are things that in many of these instances, private fund rule, advisor rule, for example, we knew ahead of time that there were legal questions about whether we had the authority to do what we did, but we moved forward, and this is not good for our institutional integrity.
Well, it's in administrative law files, violation of the APA, arbitrary and capricious actions, but let's go to the basics. The basics is statutory authority. And now we have West Virginia versus EPA and Loper Bright overturning Chevron. In light of those decisions, Commissioner, can you identify any specific statutory authority, Commissioner Peirce, can you identify any specific statutory authority where Congress has granted the SEC authority to promulgate regulations that compel companies to disclose general and immaterial information about environmental or social issues?
As I pointed out in connection with the climate rule, I'm very concerned about moving beyond materiality. I think that we are on shaky legal ground when we move away from financial materiality, which is the touchstone of our
Well, is there any statutory authority at all, specific statutory authority?
There are instances where Congress has told us specifically conflict minerals, for example, where we want you to go and do something regardless of the materiality.
Well, let me ask you this. Our colleagues, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Caston and Mr. Vargas, introduced the Climate Risk Disclosure Act in the 116th Congress, and then the House passed a version of that in the 117th Congress, Representative Vargas's Corporate Governance Improvement Investor Protection Act. Those pieces of legislation, to their credit, to my colleagues' credit, attempted to confer specific statutory authority to the commission to do what you did in the climate disclosure rule. But guess what? The Senate didn't pass those laws. The fact that this body has proposed statutory authority, but specifically declined to enact it into law, what does that say about the SEC's authority to promulgate the climate disclosure rule?
Again, our baseline is materiality. If Congress wants us to do something in immaterial disclosures, then they can tell us to do that.
Point is, we haven't done it. You don't have the authority to do it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The
Finally,
gentleman from
that was
Ohio,
awesome.
Mrs. Beatty,
That was
is now
awesome.
recognized
Hit on
for
some of the key
5 minutes.
points there. Brought up
Thank you,
Ripple.
Mr. Chairman. and
Great to
ranking
see.
member, to our witnesses, let me start with you, Chair Gensler. We got a couple questions I'm going to try to get through. The first one is on proxy advisory firms. As you know, these firms are contracted by investors to provide them.
All right, pause the video feed right now so no issues with audio. That was one of the few things we have been really waiting for. We really needed to hear someone grill Gary Gensler on the fact that essentially he's just suing companies to take advantage of the lack of clarity and use that lack of clarity in order to make a push, in order to essentially garner fees from these companies. That is exactly what we need to see. It hit home at the biggest issue. I wish we could have had Gary Gensler respond to some of that stuff. It would have been nice to see him try to squirm his way out of it, but that's key. That's really what we need to see for more people going forward. And we really just want to try to pin Gary Gensler down on the fact that, not only does no one think he's correct, in fact, in terms of the digital assets themselves being securities or him suing companies before they have clarity on all that stuff, it's really nice to hear the other commissioners just blatantly disagreeing with him. Because it's one thing if you have the entire SEC all agreeing on a lot of this stuff and saying, okay, like, if they were all saying, okay, well, like Gary Gensler's right. Yeah, this is an issue. But this is why we had to sue anyway. But it's actually completely different. What we're seeing is all the SEC is essentially going back at Gary Gensler and saying, you have been completely wrong on most of these issues. We'll go back to the feed.
Recently in a court, in the DC Circuit Court, was not upheld.
Okay.
It was a prior commission's rule. And so I don't think that we have the direct authorities that we once had or thought we had.
Okay, I'll look at what they did, and then we'll come back because we need to visit that, because now if you don't think you have the authority, I don't know what's going on with these smaller investors. Okay, but let me switch to human capital management disclosures. Mr. Chairman, human capital disclosures include employee salary, information, training and development initiatives, as well as talent attraction and retention metrics, just to name a few. Investing in these areas can have a significant impact on company performance. Additionally, by investing in training and skills, team skills, company objectives have met 90% more often their goals. Since 1998, I believe firms in the European Union have been required to report human capital investments in relationships to all those things, the salaries, the bonuses, and other benefits. By comparison, the United States, only 15% of S&P 500 firms report this information because it's not required. Do companies that disclose this information see any tangible benefit in terms of their shareholders' values and returns, in your opinion?
I think that it's important information, but it ultimately is not what I think. It's whether investors find it material. Back to Representative Barr was asking earlier, we have a disclosure system that's about investors and what do they find material to their decision-making, or significant, as the Supreme Court calls it. And that's what's important. In 2020, the commission actually adopted new updated disclosure rules around human capital, and we've seen some of the experience in the last 3 years of what companies are disclosing. We have heard from investors many investors that want more specific information than companies are currently disclosing.
So that sounds to me like, in my opinion, that it was of some benefit. Let me go to another disclosure in my last seconds on diversity and inclusion. We heard our ranking member open with the value and importance of that. Across a range of studies, research shows that diverse boards lead to improved financial results. For example, companies with the highest level percentage of women board directors outperform those with the least by 53% when it comes to return on equity. Could you talk more about the importance of D&I disclosures, including the benefits of such disclosures can have on companies' overall performance? And what are you all doing to increase the disclosures with D&I?
I can say this, I find that just at the SEC, it's very beneficial to have a draw from the diverse population across the US. And I think it's benefited our agency to have senior leadership from all parts of the American public. In terms of...
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you. If you want to send something to us in writing.
Thank God that's over with. Guys, thank you so much for the
Texas, Mr.
donations, by the way. You guys are incredible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say thanks to all of you again for coming today. It's important to have you here like this in this forum. Chairman Gensler, the SEC has been issuing rules and regulations at an alarming rate, and the scope of the SEC's regulatory flexibility agenda has been extensive. This has raised concerns across the financial service industry, particularly due to overlapping implementation dates, rule requirements, and compliance periods, which has created uncertainty about how these regulations will intersect and impact one another. So for small businesses, and I chair the Small Business Committee, and I am a small business, there are growing compliance burdens can be especially overwhelming, often stretching their already limited resource and capacity. So, Mr. Chairman, have you consulted with the National Economic Council of the Treasury Department regarding the effects of these numerous new regulatory requirements on millions of investors and retirement savers? And if you have, what feedback have they provided? And furthermore, is the SEC considering the significant resource strains that firms may face when required to implement these rules simultaneously?
We put each of our rules out with economic analysis and also a call to small businesses to get their feedback. And we do take it very much into consideration, whether it's from small businesses or if it were a comment from the Small Business Administration, for instance, if they had feedback for us. Or I think you mentioned the U.S. Treasury Department on a number of our rules, not all of them, on a number of our rules, we go to them in advance, whether it's about the Treasury markets or the capital structure. But we're an independent agency from the U.S. Treasury Department.
Commissioners Peirce or Uada, do you have a comment on that?
I think we consistently overlook the disproportionate effects on small businesses, and that has been very evident in our failure to use accommodations for small businesses. Occasionally, we give them a little more time, but I think we could do much more.
I agree. There is a disproportionate impact on small businesses, and in some cases, there are loopholes that allow us to not consider the effects. For investment advisors, the rules say you have to give special consideration if you have $25 million or less of assets under management. Well, as it stands today, you need to have at least $100 million of assets under management just to register with the SEC. So we conveniently take the position that we don't need to analyze the effects on smaller investment advisors because we don't have them registered with the SEC under this $100 million threshold.
All right, thank you. In recent years, the expense of entering U.S. public markets has skyrocketed, which the cost of doubling since the 1990s, and consequently, the number of publicly traded companies has plummeted, with many choosing to gain.
Quick pause just because this guy is talking about nothing exciting. Guys, thank you so much for coming. If you're new here, we do live streams whenever there's anything important happening in crypto. Want to cover it. Apologies for the audio issues earlier. Had that all sorted out now. So thank God we got that fixed. Guys, thank you so much. You guys are incredible. Make sure to smash that like button. Make sure to share, and we'll jump back into it.
Capital formation, which is key to market accessibility, and instead The emphasis on more stringent regulations has made U.S. markets less appealing, so further discouraging companies from coming here, particularly small businesses, and from entering the public sector. So Commissioner Peirce, how has the SEC's focus on increasing regulatory and disclosure obligations rather than facilitating capital formation contributed to the decline of the IPO activity and the reduction in the number of U.S. publicly traded companies?
You're raising such an important issue because if companies don't go public early in their lives, retail investors have a very difficult time getting access to them. There are many reasons, but regulatory burdens are one, and all we're doing is adding to that list of requirements for public companies. We're not thinking about right-sizing it, and so it is a real problem. That's why we're not seeing, one of the reasons we're not seeing companies go public.
In limited time, another favor of the SEC's under Chairman Gensler has been the inadequate consideration of opposing viewpoints in the agency's regulatory agenda. This practice is particularly risky because excluding diverse input can lead to regulations that lack real-world analysis and overlook how they might proportionally impact smaller firms, limit investment opportunities, or raise the cost for market investment. So it's crucial for any regulatory agency to actually seek and incorporate feedback from all stakeholders to fully understand the potential consequence of its actions from every perspective. So, limited time, Commissioner Uada, how does the SEC's tendency to push forward major rulemaking without adequate public input increase risk for investors?
That's been, I think, the biggest problem with all of these overlapping, complicated rulemakings. We're not getting the input we need to make a good decision.
Yield my time.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member for convening this important hearing, and I want to add my voice to the chorus of those who have been saying thank you for your service and your fairness. I think you've treated all of us very fair, and I think it is a big loss to this institution that you're retiring, but of course, we all wish you well in whatever your endeavors are after this. So again, thank you. I'd also thank the commissioners, the chairman and the rest of the commissioners for being here and for the service for your country for the past 90 years. The SEC has been fulfilling its stated mission of protecting investors, maintaining fair and orderly and efficient markets, and facilitating capital formation. Under your leadership, we've seen increased transparency for investors, increased accountability for those committing fraud. This makes it so investors get to decide which risk they would like to take, so long as the public companies hold up their end of the bargain by providing full, fair, and faithful disclosure. But I want to blame all of you, and in particular, Chairman, I want to blame you for a very boring meeting today. Very boring. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is there isn't the whole gaggle of reporters and camera people here in the front, because you've done a good job. And because the markets are doing well. If you had messed up, there'd be a whole bunch of reporters here wanting to know, but even my colleagues are not here. They all left. Pretty boring hearing. So I want to blame all of you.
Talk about a head fake.
For working so hard to make this such
Ed,
a
good to
boring
see you,
meeting.
brother.
And I have to say, I do follow politics a little bit. And I heard the 2020 election, heard something like this, a prediction. The stock market will crash if Biden wins in 2020. By the way, do you know who made that comment? You don't have to answer. I think you know who made that comment. And now that same individual says, if we lose, we're going to have a crash like you wouldn't believe. And went further, the largest stock market crash we've ever had. Well, I don't think that's going to happen either. Other predictions didn't seem to happen. But again, it's because you guys have done a very good job. And it's interesting here listening to you, because I normally read about you. I don't get to see all of you in person. There's a difference of opinion, clearly. And it's well articulated by all of you. And I think that that's healthy. And that's what we should have. None of you, unless I'm not aware of it, do any of you want to close down the SEC? Are any of you threatening to? Mr. Chairman, are you threatening to close down the SEC?
No, I think it was a great creation of Congress, and it's helped the American public.
Yeah, of course. And this is the way things are supposed to work in America. And I do still believe that we are the best hope for the world, really, to have a fair and just world when we can have discussions that are reasonable. I know they try to parade the horribles hear it earlier, but no one took the bait because the truth of the matter is that the markets are working well. Where is the Dow Jones, by the way? Commissioner Peirce, where is the Dow Jones today? Do you know?
Well, I haven't looked today, but I mean, the Dow Jones is doing well if we're looking at numbers. But I do want to say we get along very well as a commission. We work very well as a commission. We can't measure the success of the agency by where the stock market is, but I think we do have tremendous capital markets in the U.S. and we really need to preserve them, and that's what we're all fighting to do.
And I think you do it very well. You're eminently brilliant, as are the rest of your commissioners. And I think you guys do a good job. I do want to get, I needed to say that because, again, like I say, my colleagues try to figure out, how to make things sound bad. But the truth is the economy is doing pretty well, especially after going through a pandemic, especially after all
This
of the
dude is
problems
talking
we've
about
had
the
in world
economy.
with
It has nothing to
conflicts.
do with the
The United
SEC.
States has been
It's
doing
like,
very well. I do want to talk,
brother,
though, about environment.
what are you
because I do
talking
think
about?
that the rule that you've adopted is a very good one, but you didn't go far enough. And we have difference of opinions. Did you have the authority to do that, Mr. Chairman? Promulgate and ultimately adopt the rule that you had?
I very much do think so. I think it was grounded in materiality, very much grounded in materiality to investors, not to others.
Daniel, we
solely
missed you,
to
brother. These
investors.
comments are
And I want to
spot
augment
on.
something a fellow commissioner said. I think we all five do get on pretty well. We have policy differences, but that's by design. Congress wanted this to be a robust policy debate. And I've chaired a multi-member commission twice now, and I really do believe in the give and take that we have.
And my time is about up. So again, I'd just like to thank all of you for your service. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. And now we'll recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, the whip, the Republican whip, Mr. Emmer.
Finally.
Thank you. Chair Gensler, leadership comes from the top, correct?
Leadership comes from a lot of things, but the top matters a lot.
It's yes. The answer is yes, sir. But under your leadership at the SEC, it appears that you expect political allegiance, not just from the political appointees, but also from the civil servants you hired. Isn't that correct?
It's not correct, sir.
Well, sir, that's yet another deliberate distortion of the truth. The House has obtained emails between you and your now Director of Training and Markets. He interviewed with you and then sent you a follow-up email reassuring you, sir, that he aligned with your political views. So that to me seems like you expect political allegiance from the people that you hire as civil servants at the SEC. The way you hire and the culture you require encourages your staff to have loyalty to you above the law and above the mission of the SEC. Which brings us to the debt box case in Utah, where your attorneys, who no doubt heard your anti-crypto rhetoric, which is not based in law, went out and deliberately lied to a court in order to effectuate the commands from their chair to prosecute crypto companies. Chair Gensler, do you know of any other time in history where the SEC has been sanctioned by a court for material misrepresentation?
First, if I might say, when we hire folks, we hire
No,
them
reclaiming
based
my
on-
time, sir. The answer to that question is no, it has never happened. But let me ask you another one. Does the fact that we're talking about this today even slightly embarrass you?
Look, the matters in that case were not well handled, and
Reclaiming my
we've said
time
that
again.
to the court.
Reclaiming my time again. The debt box case should absolutely be embarrassing to you, sir. And just to be clear, the SEC had to pay with taxpayer dollars nearly $2 million in legal fees for this material misrepresentation, for this lie. You are aware of that, I'm sure. Is the debt box case the reason that why the SEC's head of crypto asset and cyber unit resigned in June, sir?
No, they went to take another job.
Okay, so no one in a senior level position here in Washington, D.C. has been held responsible for this complete abuse of taxpayer dollars. The SEC broke the law, your attorneys lied to the court, and no one in your leadership here in D.C. has been held accountable. That tracks. Seems like business as usual here in Washington. Okay, switching gears very quickly. It's been recently reported that Vice President Harris has finally said she'd craft clear rules of the road for the digital asset space if she becomes president. Is this your approach too, sir? Or do you think she's rebuking you because she doesn't think you've done a good enough job establishing these clear rules over the last 3 years of her administration?
I think that there's laws in place. If Congress wishes to change them, they'll change them. But we are enforcing the laws, and there are many
Reclaiming
people
my
in this
time.
field
So you
that
don't
are
think
not
she's
following
rebuking
the
me.
laws.
Reclaiming my time. Well, it's very interesting that you view your performance that way, because we have a litany of court cases, extraordinary confusion in the marketplace, and millions of Americans pining for clarity from you. You've abused the agency's enforcement tools, and you've even baited companies eager to comply with you, only to hit them with enforcement actions. You've retaliated against businesses and people who have come before this committee to talk about the next generation of American finance. And perhaps somehow, worst of all, you've made up the term crypto asset security. This term is nowhere to be found in statute. You made it up. You never provided any interpretive guidance on how crypto asset security might be defined within the walls of your SEC. Yet, you made the broad proclamation that you believe a majority of tokens are crypto asset securities. You did this, and you would deliberately use this made-up term as the basis for your entire enforcement crusade over the past 3 years, only for your lawyers to retract it in a footnote to a court just last week. Your inconsistencies on this issue, sir, have set this country back. We could not have had a more historically destructive or lawless chairman of the SEC. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from
Wow.
Illinois, Mr. Caston's now
Finally,
recognized for 5 minutes.
that was
Thank you, Mr.
incredible.
Chair.
Spot
Thanks all for
on.
being here.
Doesn't get better
I
than
wanna
that.
First follow up on what my friend Mr. Barr raised earlier about this issue around ESG rules. When Congressman Vargas and I had introduced these bills last year, one of our big concerns was, if people don't want to invest in ESG funds, that's fine.
Let me just get away from this ESG thing real quick and make a comment. That was exactly what we needed. Gary Gensler on blast for this issue on crypto asset security, the number one issue. He just hammered him. I wish we could have gotten a response from Gary Gensler on that. I would have loved to hear it, but that was still excellent.
For ESG ratings providers?
I'm happy to discuss it and certainly open to thinking about it, and we'll look forward to any proposal that would come before me.
Okay, well, I'd love to follow up, because I do think as we've gotten so politicized in this, but there still is the issue that we have clear accounting rules for other issues. We should have clear accounting rules there as well. Appreciate it. We'll follow up offline on that one. I want to shift now to some concerns I have that have come up a couple times here about merging the functions of the self-reporting organizations into the SEC. Specifically,
real quick again, just on this note, guys, make sure to drop a like for Tom Emmer. That was absolutely incredible. Daniel says we wish we could have 30 minutes of Tom Emmer. We need a lot more of Tom Emmer, man. It's about time someone actually dropped the bomb. That's what we were waiting for. Great job, but wish we had more of that for sure.
I think there's a rich conversation about whether the people who would look to merge would also increase your budget in order to do that. But Chair Gensler, I'd like to shift to you. In your view, and I'm sorry if I peek around Ms. Williams' head here, how does FINRA and PCAOB oversight supplement the work of the SEC? And if they were to be merged, could they still do all the things they do now, or would there be some gaps in what we were able to do?
I think that Congress could, of course, change this, but we have self-regulatory organizations, particularly in FINRA's case, that is the regulator, sort of the first line of regulation for broker-dealers. It goes all the way back to the late 1930s, something called the Maloney Act that Congress passed. And that certainly allows industry and the broker-dealers to get the benefit of that, but then we are the official sector overseeing the overall.
Oh boy, did anyone hear that? Seems like Gensler's got some tremble in his voice after that Tom Emmer interaction. Oh no. Looks like he might have been taken back a little bit.
Congress 20-some years ago about taking that and moving it into an agency that was done in a trade association. The AICPA used to inspect and set standards for the auditing field, and better to do it in something overseen by this 5-member commission. Again, Congress could change that, but I think that too has its benefits to be outside of the
I understand,
agency.
and I'm not asking you to plan on whether we could do it, but it seems to me that, as as outside organizations, FINRA has private enforcement mechanisms if broker dealers are violating the rules. I don't think you'd have that ability if you came in, right? If they were inside the SEC, could you still do private enforcement, or would you have to, subpoena information? Could you take the fifth?
No, we'd have to follow federal law and do things in a way. that-
Exactly. So essentially, bringing them in would make them weaker as institutions.
I think it would, one of the things that might make it weaker is also the funding point that you say. So,
Okay.
so both PCOB and FINRA have funding models that basically tap into their members, and as in the PCOB's case, Congress approved a funding model that then we annually approve that budget as a
Yeah,
commission.
no, I share the concern. Like, we're going to continue to highlight this in part because these are lifted directly out of Project 2025. This idea that we should weaken organizations, we should put them in places where others are involved. And I'd like unanimous consent to enter into the record President Trump's right-wing policy map called Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise.
Without objection or general leave.
So thank you. We'll bring that in. And again, the concern, we've seen a lot of proposals that are lifted straight out of that, from UDAP hearings, eliminating CFPB funding, and indeed weakening the SEC. And I want to make sure that we address those issues and understand the importance of investor protection. So thank you all for doing what you do, for being here, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. It's a historic moment to have everyone here together. Unfortunately, we only get 5 minutes apiece. I think we could sit here for a couple of days to explore some things. If any of you have followed any of my previous questioning, you know that my greatest concern is the consolidated audit trail from a constitutionality, cost, and vulnerability standpoint. Someone who spent almost 30 years in the IT sector. The fact is, it's not if you're going to get hacked, but when, and you have to have that mentality if you're ever going to be safe. However, I want to first address what I think may be some misunderstandings that some in the market have over CAT. Unlike the overwhelming majority of the people that contact me that are opposed to CAT, there is a group out there that are in favor of it. And I would like to, Commissioner Yeda, maybe start with you if you just answer.
I don't know if this, I don't know anything about this issue. I will say I give him props for at least highlighting something that probably is important, which is cybersecurity. I don't see this being remotely exciting in the slightest. I feel like this is going to be a dry 5 minutes, but I do at least like to see that it's just not the typical talking points you see in government. So that's good. I don't think he's going to cover digital assets or anything like that, but it is nice to see that. All right, I'll go back.
The answer concerns me greatly, that it isn't an absolute no, as you can understand. Yes or no, will the public be able to obtain CAT PII via Freedom of Information Act request?
There are a number of exemptions that might be applicable, but that is not fully resolved or clear.
So you're saying it's possible that through FOIA, you could get personal identifiable information on somebody who buys a single stock?
There's a trade secret exemption, but again, I don't know. I'm not a FOIA expert, so
Okay.
I don't know and can't give you the absolute assurance that you may be looking for, that it cannot be accessed by someone filing a FOIA request.
Oh, my concerns of CAT are growing. Would removing PII in the CAT affect whether a CAT reporting firm is required to indicate that it is using the reg show market maker exception under SEC Rule 13F-2?
I don't think it would have any effect.
Okay. So in other words, removing PI from CAT collection wouldn't seriously impede short sale data collection?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to some other little more open-ended questions in the time I have. Commissioner Pierce, the Consolidated Audit Trail is set to become the largest repository of retail investor information ever recreated. It will be a prime target for cyber criminals, and once breached, will yield the personal financial information and identity of every American who even has a share of stock. Knowing that a breach of the CAT is a matter of when, not if, we still refuse to amend the CAT to remove retail investor PII. So in 2019, you stated that the information collected by the CAT will be so vast that it will be hard to protect from cyber criminals and state-sponsored hackers. Commissioner Pierce, have your concerns about the CAT changed at all?
They've only grown because we have a data security amendment we proposed, but we haven't finalized. So I have even greater concerns than I had back then.
Well, thank you. We share those concerns. Could the commission identify and stop market manipulation without CAT?
We did it for many years without CAT, so yes.
Okay. Do the beliefs of storing investor PI in a centralized system, even if encrypted, outweigh the risks?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Chairman Gensler, I want to ask you specifically about the personal identifiable information being collected under CAT. Do you share Commissioner Pierce's concern about the CAT's cyber vulnerabilities?
I share the views, but I also want to say the answers to your first three questions were no, no, and no. We can't release that information under FOIA.
Okay.
There's earlier questions.
Well, thank you for that. It doesn't relieve my concerns over CAT, but the fact that it may be considered being made public at some point.
No.
Because, and this is my concern, then you just open the door for the Chinese to log in. I see my time has expired, and thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the commissioners for being here. And Mr. Chair, it's good to see you again. And first, I want to thank you personally for all the ongoing dialogue that we've had with your office regarding language access and financial literacy. You know firsthand how fraudsters and bad actors target vulnerable communities, and that's what I'm going to talk about this morning. One way to combat fraud is to educate every American about how to safeguard their money and how to invest. This is especially important as invested in stocks has become so easy that it's as simple as a video game, it seems, because it's so accessible now through our phones. Chairman Gensler, as of today, are there fraud tutorials in consumer resources available in different languages other than English on your investor.gov?
I believe that there are in Spanish and in English, but I have to confirm what other languages. But
No, you're correct. That's what I'm being told. I just wanted to confirm that.
Okay.
Are you working on adding other languages? I mean, we're such a diverse United States of America.
I think I'd like to get back to you. Yes, I think we ought to try to do that, but it's also about resource constraints and the like.
You're right. Well, I'm hopeful that you can continue headed in that direction, because I think as it becomes easier to do, more people will try to do it. And if people don't understand in their own language the consequences of their investments, they're just going to end up getting in trouble. So thank you. And what strategies have you taken to best educate our older populations? Because as I think you and I have discussed also, how seniors are becoming to be a target for a lot of these, especially through the phone, what I call scams.
No, that's a good word. And there's a lot of affinity fraud, not just targeting older population, but different parts of our community, so-called affinity fraud, and we do chase after that, and some of that's also in the crypto field to bring this all back together as well. What we do is investor education. We try to reach out. We work with communities to try to get that word out.
Well, thank you. I think it's just as we spend time worrying about small businesses, we need to worry about the small consumer. And that's the point I wanted to make this morning. Commissioner Lisagara, as investment becomes more accessible, it's important to keep these communities in mind as we work to protect investors. Not long ago, reports came out across the country about Bitcoin ATMs strategically located in communities like mine that include working class Americans, immigrants, limited English proficiency speakers, and the underbanked. Consumers may find it convenient, but we end up with issues in this, I said earlier, scams. I don't want all of this to become like the modern, new payday lender. What are y'all doing to ensure that as we move forward with more access, particularly to technology, that we just don't repeat some of the issues we've had in the past with banking?
Thank you, Congresswoman. A good question about the importance of protecting investors, vulnerable investors in our disadvantaged communities. I think we are exercising our authorities as appropriate on affinity frauds, targeting frauds wherever they occur. It doesn't matter what the nomenclature is, where we see violations, securities laws. We have an obligation to protect investors and to follow the law and enforce it. So I think we're doing that without fear or favor. I think there's a very robust process, internal process of ensuring that it is a fair process as well. But I do think it's an important priority for us to pursue to ensure that investors are protected from
No matter how large or small.
Exactly.
Great. Ms. Purser, you agree?
Absolutely. There's a lot of work that we are doing and we have more to do. And I think on your point about getting information out in different languages, we can also work with firms so that they're able to communicate with people in the language, in their mother tongue.
Well, I was really shocked to hear from someone that works for an investment banking firm, I will not name it, that was actually instructed as an investment banker not to send anything in writing in Spanish. I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
That may be tied to SEC regulation, but I'm happy to look into that.
Well, I'll get back with the chairman on that too. It just seems like, especially in Texas,
Gentlelady's time's
it seems like an atrocity to do that. Thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, the chair of the Housing Subcommittee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Here we go.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry, for putting this historic hearing together, long in the making. Thank you to our witnesses. It's great to have all 5 of you here today. Today's hearing directs attention to the commission's dysfunctions and frankly to the chairman's politicization of the commission and its work. Let me highlight 7 failures. Abuse of the rulemaking procedures, 61 so far, inappropriately short public comment periods, unworkable and unlawful ESG disclosure mandates, Hotel California style rules for crypto, where they all have the ability or direction to come check in anytime you like, but never with the authority to leave with some approval or clarity. Endless discovery with no resolution, no clarity, regulation by enforcement for crypto. An unworkable proposal to overhauling our equity market structure, de facto ban on crypto through proposed custody rule, and failure to work with Congress, frankly undermining the work that Congress done to provide clarity here. So as many of my colleagues have done today at this hearing, the courts have, even the DOJ have highlighted severe mismanagement. The list goes on, but unfortunately, I do have limited time. Commissioner Peirce, would you say that the SEC's rulemaking and enforcement agenda reflects the priorities of the commissioners as a whole, or has the commission become an extension of Chairman Gensler's agenda?
The agenda is the chairman's agenda.
Do you guys have collaboration? I mean, I saw one of the commissioners today look like it might be the first time he was asked his opinion on something, just expected to ratify whatever Chairman Gensler throws out there.
I mean, I think the issue is that Chair Gensler has a lot of ideas that he's trying to move forward on, and there are other things that I think we should be spending our time on that we're not spending our time on. And so I think that's the nature of some of our disagreements.
Problems being left unsolved. I appreciate you for highlighting many of them. My concern is just that by taking the world's best capital markets, I mean, we don't even have 5% of the world's GDP, but we have over 50% of the world's invested capital. We're taking something that works pretty well, that needs clarity and oversight to continue. Instead, we're working with a declared war by Secretary Warren and other Gary Gensler allies to undermine our capital markets and some of the most innovative companies out there. For that reason, I proposed the SEC Stabilization Act as a structural reform to deal with our Gary Gensler problem, but also with the structural challenges at the SEC that highlight it can be exploited by bad actors. One of the areas that I want to highlight is special purpose broker dealers. Commissioner Peirce, do you believe that a special purpose broker dealer process could provide a first step towards broker dealers handling tokenized securities?
I mean, at the time that it came out, I said it could be a baby step, but that was 4 years ago, and this baby's not walking yet. So I'm not as optimistic as I was back then.
Yeah, I'm concerned as well, and it kind of creates a separate path where some of Chairman Gensler's friends and allies could get special permission and the rest of the market be excluded. For each commissioner, maybe we'll start down there with you, Mr. Ueda. Have you or any member of your staff been instructed by the SEC staff to direct or otherwise ask FINRA to avoid approving broker-dealer applications with crypto assets?
No, I have not.
Commissioner Peirce?
No, but TM is, our Trading and Markets Division is the one that interacts with FINRA. So it's, I mean, the issue is that there's a cultural, there's clear messaging from the SEC that we're not trying to move the crypto industry forward, and that's reflected in this as well.
Thank you. Commissioner?
No.
No, and I think I might disagree a little bit with the clear messaging point from Commissioner Peirce on the clear direction. I think there's lots of rhetoric, and we can get down to brass tacks and look at ways to move forward.
Well, Mr. Gensler, no surprise, many of us aren't fans of your approach to the job, but it does seem that you've abused your authority, and you seem to kind of gloat as you know, candidate Harris decides that she wants to pivot on crypto and say, no, you can trust us. We're going to be okay on this. It seems like you're gloating. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. The war on crypto goes on. So as you highlighted, you meet with the chairman of the Federal Reserve regularly. Do you guys discuss things like Operation Choke Point 2.0, the way to block and restrict market certainty for crypto affiliated firms?
I've never heard that term, and I'd also want to say half of the rules that we've adopted, 42 rules, half of them have actually been bipartisan.
Some of the work's been good, but a lot of it's been bad. Last question, Commissioner Ueda. What would it take to allow distributed ledger to be the official record of ownership for tokenized securities? If you could respond in writing, that'd be good, because my limited time has expired. I yield.
Gentleman yields. We'll now go to the gentleman from
Decent.
New York.
Would have liked to see a little more out of where
Thank
David
you,
said.
Mr.
This will be
Chair.
good.
Mr. Gensler, suppose I were to sell you a Yankee ticket and tell you that the Yankee ticket could appreciate in value and could be resold at a profit in the secondary market. And as is the case with all sports tickets, suppose the proceeds from the sale of the Yankee ticket goes toward paying for the Yankee game. By selling you the Yankee ticket, am I entering into an investment contract with you and therefore conducting an unregistered security offering?
I appreciate the question. I don't know all the facts and circumstances, but I don't think so. I know where we're headed here, Representative, but I don't think so in that Yankee.
So a Yankee ticket is not, and why is the Yankee ticket not a security?
Well, it's really a question, and the courts have been clear on this, is the offer and sale.
Specifically with a Yankee ticket, though, when you're buying a Yankee ticket, what are you purchasing?
You're buying
access to a Yankee game. Is that fair to say?
I understand. It's been a while since I went to a Yankee game, but
Fair enough.
that's.
You're welcome to a Yankee game.
I used to live in New York, and my three
Fair
daughters were all born in New
So
York.
in the Stoner Cats case, the creators were selling an NFT that offered access to an animated web series. From the standpoint of federal securities law, is there a legal difference between buying a Yankee ticket that offers you the experience of a Yankee game and buying an NFT that offers you the experience of an animated web series?
Again, I don't want to comment on any one specific.
Well, it was a settlement. It's a fait accompli. It's not an ongoing litigation. You can comment on it.
But it's about how is something offered and sold. Is it offered and sold as an investment contract? Are individuals looking to a common enterprise anticipating profits based on the
Well, I'm familiar with the definition. You're avoiding the question. See, here's the danger I see with the Gensler theory of investment contracts.
It's
Right,
actually the Supreme Court's
let me-
theory of the
Well,
investment
your idiosyncratic interpretation of the Supreme Court's theory. The expectation or promise that an object could appreciate in value or that an object could be sold at a profit in the secondary market, that expectation or profit could be retrospectively attributed to just about any collectible or any consumer good or any piece of art or any piece of music. The trouble with the Gensler theory of investment contracts is that it's so open-ended that it lacks anything resembling a limiting principle. It blurs the line between collectible and security, between art and security. Ms. Crenshaw, does requiring artists and musicians to register art and music with the Securities and Exchange Commission raise a First Amendment concern?
I'm not a First Amendment expert, but I would think the only thing that have to be registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission are securities. And so that's what I would look to determine whether they have to register with us.
Now, in the Stoner Katz case, the SEC not only prohibited the creators from selling NFTs, the SEC ordered the creators to destroy the NFTs. Does the destruction of artistic expression by government fiat raise a First Amendment concern?
Again,
You're not a First Amendment expert?
I'm not a First Amendment expert.
Do you need to be do you think artistic expression is protected under the First Amendment? Do you need to be a First Amendment expert to answer that question?
I think the ins and outs of First Amendment law are actually very nuanced, so I would not want to opine.
Do you
on
think the SEC has an obligation under the First Amendment to take care not to have a chilling effect on artistic expression on the blockchain?
I think we can work together to advance the interests of the industry. And I think our markets are the highlight of the world because of the laws that have been in place for 90 years.
You're not answering my question. In a September 12th court filing, the SEC had to apologize for using a term it invented out of thin air, digital asset security. The fictional term digital asset security perpetuates the false narrative that digital assets in themselves are securities. In the Howey case, as you know, Mr. Gensler, the Supreme Court never held that orange groves in themselves were securities. The Supreme Court held that orange groves can be part of investment contracts, which are securities. The same logic applies to digital assets. In my view, using the term digital asset securities is as intellectually dishonest as using the term orange grove securities. Mr. Gensler, would you ever use the term orange grove securities?
I don't believe I have.
Or would, right? Because it gives the impression that orange groves in themselves are securities, and that would be misleading. I see my time has expired.
Gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is
Wow,
recognized for 5
that was
minutes.
incredible.
Thank you, Chairman
Guys, one
McHenry,
thing I want to
and-
make
and
clear
thank
here.
you, Ranking Member Wall.
I understand everyone has different political views and stuff, but it is absolutely awesome to see people like Richie Torres, a Democrat, going out and going specifically against Gary Gensler. And it's actually shocking because I actually think that he did by far the best job. I mean, Tom Emmer really went at him in terms of a lot of stuff, made it very clear what he was upset about. But when you actually get into the argument, I thought Richie Torres did a great job breaking down the big issues there. And to see that coming from a Democrat is huge. I mean, it totally flies in the face of the fact that Gary Gensler is doing anything to progress the industry forward. It completely flies in the face that this is some Republican or Democrat issue. To see Richie Torres come out with facts and really just explain to him how insane this is so important. So great job by Richie Torres there.
Act requirements.
I could have staff get back to you, but if I recall, there were changes in those filings.
But Chairman Gensler, the truth is that the fee filings are identical. Not only did the SEC fail to consider commenters' concerns, but it appears that the SEC is actively circumventing the judicial process by allowing these filings to go into effect while there is pending litigation challenging the CAT's funding model. Last week during the Digital Asset Subcommittee hearing, former SEC Commissioner and Chief Legal Officer at Robinhood, Dan Gallagher, testified about the lack of a workable process for crypto platforms to register with the SEC. Chair Gensler, are firms that receive approval to operate as a special purpose broker-dealer, SPVD, able to custody digital asset securities that have not been previously registered with the SEC or received an exemption? Yes or no?
They're not allowed to custody non-securities.
It was reported in May that, May of this year, that Prometheum had soft launched its Ether custody service. Chair Gensler, given that Ether was not registered and did not receive an exemption, would Prometheum be able to custody Ether using its SPBD?
I want to be careful here because I don't want to comment on one specific registrar, but under the special purpose broker-dealer regime that was adopted 4 years ago, to get the benefits of that, the firms are not to custody non-securities.
Okay. Well, thank you for the clarity. Commissioner Peirce, this situation highlights one of my concerns about how the SEC is approaching digital asset regulation. Among members of this committee, we are debating whether the current rules are sufficient, while at the same time, the SEC is trying to modify existing rules, albeit not effectively, in my opinion, to seemingly provide some clarity to market participants. Can you describe your concerns with how the SEC has comprehensively approached digital asset regulation?
I mean, I think the first problem is that we've used enforcement as our leading foot instead of using regulation. And that could mean putting out guidance to say, here's what's clearly outside of the securities laws, and here's what fits within it. It could be initiating a rulemaking process. It could be working with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission to figure out where jurisdictional lines lie. So there's a lot that we can do, but enforcement is not the way that we should. I mean, of course, when there's fraud, that's one thing, but we're talking registration violations of entities that have tried to come in and register.
Thank you. I agree and appreciate that perspective. I want to quickly switch gears. I would like to discuss your position on the Financial Stability Oversight Council, or FSOC. Chair Gensler, this is your second time serving on the council, right?
That's correct.
When I'm back home in Tennessee's 6th District, my constituents are most concerned by the regional bank failures caused by interest rate risk, not non-bank financial intermediation or climate-related financial risk or treasury market resilience or digital asset risk that you and the council have claimed are the 4 major risks to the financial sector. Simply put, Chair Gensler, with all the experience and expertise that you claim to have in finance, you completely miss the real risk that hurt everyday Americans. And so, Commissioner Ueda, why is it that FSOC seems to care more about politics than policy or people?
In my view, the regional banking crisis was precisely the type of event that the FSOC was supposed to be on alert for. And the fact that they didn't realize inflation might trigger a rise in interest rates, which might affect bond prices, I find not reassuring.
Thank you. I agree, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to Chair Gensler and the commissioners for joining us today for this important conversation. Y'all, I represent Atlanta, which has one of the largest racial wealth gaps and the widest racial pay gap in the entire country. These gaps impact Black people's everyday lives and their ability to participate in the economy, from buying a home to opening a small business to having a comfortable retirement. All too often, investors of color who have worked hard and saved as much as they could afford run into obstacles that bar them from efficiently building wealth. Many of these investors come from marginalized communities and can't afford the sophisticated financial advisors that others have to help them make informed investment decisions. The SEC provides essential services to protect these investors, safeguard their investments, and ensure that they're investing on an even playing field. While the SEC's commitment to investor protection is vital for ensuring a safe and equitable financial landscape, it is equally important that we focus on enhancing access to capital for underserved communities, empowering them to invest in their futures and build lasting generational wealth. Atlanta boasts a rich tapestry of minority-owned businesses, particularly in sectors like technology, entertainment, and healthcare. The SEC's mission to protect investors, maintain fair and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation directly impacts the local economy and helps empower our entrepreneurs in Atlanta. And as the city of Atlanta continues to work towards closing the racial wealth gap, the SEC's actions are vital for fostering a sustainable and inclusive economy in the region. Chair Gensler, by creating a level playing field in financial markets, how does the SEC's mission enhance access to capital from minority-owned businesses across the nation and the ability of marginalized individuals to make successful investments?
Well, it's important that all parts of our great nation have access to capital. So to the extent that we can lower the cost of capital formation and investors on both sides, that helps those small businesses in your district.
Thank you. Addressing the systemic barriers that have historically limited access to investment opportunities is critical for fostering economic equity and empowering minority communities. Promoting equitable access not only benefits individual investors, but also strengthens our economy by fostering a more diverse and inclusive financial landscape. Chair Gensler, another question. How does the SEC consider the impact of its rulemaking on marginalized communities when carrying out its mission?
We put each of our rulemakings out to comment, and we include a section on how it affects individual investors on the one side, but also small business formation. And then we receive comment back from folks in that regard.
So in the pursuit of a more equitable financial system, it is essential for regulatory bodies like the SEC to consider values of diversity, equity, and inclusion within their frameworks. Understanding the impact of these efforts is crucial as they can play a significant role in addressing the long-standing racial wealth gap and fostering economic empowerment for all. Chair Gensler, how does the SEC prioritize these values within its regulatory frameworks, and in what ways do you believe these efforts will impact the long-standing racial wealth gap, particularly in terms of fostering equitable access to financial resources?
In our own, I speak just about our agency itself. In our own agency, the 5,000 people, we reach out and try to recruit and hire and promote people from all backgrounds and racial, gender, sexual orientation. And we find that that really helps our agency. That's been the case. In terms
Did Gary
of access
Gensler
to
really
capital,
just say
we
that
do, as I
hiring
said
people of
earlier,
a
just,
different sexual
try to make sure
orientation
that our
helps the
markets,
agency? Does it get
promote
more
access for all
ridiculous than that?
parts of our great
It's
communities.
the
And in
definition of
doing that
something
and
that
trying to make
literally
sure that
doesn't
you are
matter.
promoting access for all communities, how have the attacks on environmental, social, and governance disclosures inhibited this important work?
Again, a number of these things are in court, so I'm being careful, but I mean, we really do have a disclosure regime in place where investors get to decide on their investments. We're not a climate regulator, we're not an environmental regulator, and we're not a human capital regulator. We're a securities regulator. But it's really important that investors get the disclosures they need to make their investment decisions.
So as these things continue to play out in courts and I continue to do my job in Congress representing the good people of Georgia's fighting fifth, I'm sure we'll continue to have these conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Each one of you for taking time to appear today. Mr. Ueda and Ms. Pierce, would y'all like to respond to the good lady from Georgia and the comments from Mr. Gensler on capital formation for underserved markets and I guess in underserved areas of the country?
I think it is a very significant problem. In fact, our Office of Small Business Capital Formation just issued a report. 78% of all small business owners said they have problems finding capital. We need to make sure that we've got capital formation on our agenda and we're thinking about how to provide that capital to those new entrepreneurs and innovators.
By saying a shortage of capital, what's causing that and how you going to fix it?
We have a very complicated system for raising capital, both on the equity and debt side. What has powered our markets has been the fact that we can raise equity capital. However, there are a lot of traps for the unwary and foot faults in our complicated capital raising system. We do not, you
Give
shouldn't
me
have a
an-
system where there's $1,000 an hour lawyers that you need to consult before you can raise, say, $1.5 million in equity capital.
That's outrageous. How do you fix that? How can we nix that?
Well, we can simplify a lot of things. We have a very basic rule, which is when raising money, don't lie, cheat, or steal. For many of these small offerings, I think that's the only rule you need.
How you enforce that?
We have an enforcement division, and we routinely take enforcement actions against those who misappropriate funds in a securities offering, or who lie about their financial status, or who have false and misleading projections.
But how do you curb back the $1,000 per hour lawyers to cut that out? That's not making a loan. That's not making capital available. Now, I guess they've got the expertise, but that's one good example of a cure that needs to be found.
Yeah, it's simplifying our rule book to make it very easy for a knowledgeable, well-intended entrepreneur to be able to follow the rule without having to hire the $1,000 an hour lawyer.
Ms. Pierce, do you have any comment?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a couple concrete proposals in addition to the simplification. We could work on finders regulations. We could work on a micro offering exemption, which would be just a pared back. You can raise $500,000 with no strings attached, except for don't lie, cheat, or steal. And we could work on expanding the accredited investor definition so that it doesn't turn only on how wealthy you are, which I think has been a real problem for people who don't have a lot of rich friends. They can't find someone to invest. And so there are other ways we could expand the accredited investor definition.
You may want to follow that, don't lie, cheat, or steal for Congress too, which is kind of a tall order. Mr. Gensler, I was just looking over some of the statistics. The first 30 months of your tenure, you proposed 52 new rules. By contrast, Chairs Clayton and White proposed 35 and 28 new rules over the same period. Less than a fifth of the proposals are tied to any statute or any type mandate. Can you address this? I can get specific, more specific if you need me to.
No, that's good. I mean, we've adopted 42 rules. I think Chair Clayton did about 60 or 65 in his 4 years. So, but
I'm talking about the 30 months. I'm talking about the 30 months.
No, I understand, but I think that it's really important that we have had success updating our rules around corporate governance, that insiders now, if they want to sell their securities, have to wait 3 months and have a plan in place so that they're not trading on inside information. I think it's really important that we updated our rules to, if you sell your securities on a Monday, you get your cash on a Tuesday. You don't have to wait 2 days. I think it's important that we updated our rules, that you get a privacy notice if your broker dealer or investment advisor gets hacked and your PII is stolen, that for the first time we'll have a federal standard that investors get that information. I'm very proud of the record that what we've accomplished.
Chairman McHenry mentioned, letters have been sent from this committee and others, a lot of letters. And particularly on the SEC proposal on the PDAs, the predictive data analytics. We've yet to hear an answer back about how is that protecting the investor? And I've got 4 seconds, but.
I think it does, because there can be an inherent conflict. You need to put the investor ahead of the investment advisor and not the other way around.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nichols, now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for our witnesses. Chair Gensler, to you, your open hostility towards digital assets is hurting consumers and setting the U.S. behind the rest of the world. It's also hurting the Biden-Harris administration. You've single-handedly undermined the administration on Web3 issues with your war on digital assets. There's a very strong progressive case for digital assets and blockchain technology, a technology that is bringing down costs for my constituents. This year, crypto policy has received strong bipartisan support, with 71 Democrats joining Republicans in support of FIT21, our digital asset market structure bill. Unfortunately, you haven't received our message. The 52 million Americans who own crypto watch the SEC under your leadership Chair Gensler, in shock and disbelief that you continue to treat their investments as illegitimate, undermining their efforts to save for retirement and build innovative blockchain technologies that could drive our economy into the future. Now on to Vice President Harris. Just over the weekend, Vice President Harris made big news, announcing a policy reset from the current administration on digital assets, putting her in line with the bipartisan majority in Congress on this issue. I'd also agree with Whip Emmer that when you read between the lines, this is certainly a rebuke of your leadership at the SEC. I'd like to get a yes or no answer from everybody here, starting with Commissioner Crenshaw. Yes or no? Do you agree with Vice President Harris, her statement that the U.S. should encourage innovative technologies like digital assets while protecting investors and consumers? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Protecting the investors, I agree with that for sure. Promoting innovation, yes, but protecting investors.
Yes or no?
Yes, protect the investors. That's what we are doing.
Chair Gensler, I hope you understand that your misguided approach to regulation by enforcement and open hostility to crypto is hurting our economy and sending American jobs overseas. You've single-handedly set us back years in our support for Web3 technology. I'd like to move on to SAB 121. As you know, the SEC overstepped their authority by issuing SAB 121 while also harming investors in the financial system. Chair Gensler, I have contacted your office repeatedly about SAB 121 and asked to speak with you about this. Your office has totally ignored all of our requests, so I'm very glad you are before Congress today to answer my questions. After watching majorities in both chambers of Congress, including Democrats like Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, vote to overturn SAB 121, do you have any regrets on supporting the SAB?
The Office of the Chief Accountant has been issuing staff accounting bulletins. It's 121 because it's the 121st one in 50 years. Public companies were asking questions about how to account for crypto and is it a liability? And what we found is bankruptcy after bankruptcy, and FTX and Terraform and Celsius and Voyager, bankruptcy court after bankruptcy court has said it's a liability of the company. So I think the accounting that the staff bulletin put out helped public companies understand that.
Thank you. The Government Accountability, a nonpartisan independent agency, was very clear. You lost. The SEC was wrong to skirt around Congress by issuing SAB 121. You're actually making the digital asset ecosystem less safe. Yes or no, Chair Gensler, will you commit to rescinding SAB 121 today?
No, it's good accounting bulletin that's out there. And if somebody comes in and works with the Office of the Chief Accountant in a consultative matter where it is bankruptcy remote, and a number of banks and broker dealers have done this, where if they're holding the customer funds and it truly is the customers, it's truly the remote from bankruptcy.
Reclaiming my time since
that it's not a
limited here,
liability.
Chair Gensler. Yes or no, do you believe that the one purpose of a SAB is to provide all market participants with the same information to level the playing field? Yes or no?
There's been 120 of them. It helps the public companies. It's just speaking to public companies on how to account for emerging issues.
Instead of recognizing your failure and rescinding the guidance, the OCA has worked with certain banks to remedy the issue behind closed doors. Do you believe this opaque process really levels the playing field for all market participants? Is this process as clear and transparent as possible? I do not believe so. Do you?
It's a consultation process that has existed for years where accountants and the public companies can come in and say, we're going to treat this in this circumstance as off balance sheet. Do you object to anything there? And these banks and broker dealers have shown how it would be bankruptcy remote, off balance sheet.
Different rules for different folks, right?
It's actually same rules for different folks.
My time has expired. I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, is recognized for 5
That was pretty good.
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses. During this administration, many believe the SEC has rushed into sweeping rule changes without properly engaging with industry, other regulators, or the public. Why is the SEC pushing reforms without proving they are necessary is a frequent question that we get. The custody rule was withdrawn after regulatory objections, and the predictive data analytics rule was scrapped due to public backlash. Yet the SEC continues pressing forward, planning to finalize equity market structure rules without waiting for critical Rule 605 data. If implemented, these rules could introduce volatility and possibly harm investors. So, Chairman Gensler, good to see you. Why is the SEC rushing these equity market structure changes without waiting for updated 605 trading data?
Good to see you as well.
Really quick, guys,
We
make
put
sure to quick
forward
second to
number
drop a like on the
of
stream. Really
rules. I'm
appreciate
very
that so much. You guys
proud
are
that,
incredible.
last
Retweet
week
helps
this
too. Thank you,
commission
thank you.
unanimously voted in, first time in 20 years, changes in the national market system that I think will lower cost in the system, allowing market makers to quote stocks in a tighter bid-ask spread. This is relieving or relaxing a restriction that was put in the market 20 years ago and lowering the costs in the markets. I think the data that you're talking about for individuals to get better execution quality data is important, but was addressing a separate matter. It was about individual investors getting better data. But I think that it was time to move forward and update these rules, these 20-year-old rules. Volume in the market had gone up fourfold. A lot had changed in the 20 years.
Okay, but getting the rules right, using the current data is more important than just updating, you would say.
Well, it's also important that the data was for individual investors to compare and contrast their broker-dealers. The second rule that we did last week unanimously is really going to relieve a restriction. This is something that you and I probably would agree on. You'd want to, we were taking off
I hope
a
Gary Gensler has
restriction
so much
you
to
couldn't
answer
quote
this
in less than a penny.
that he
Now
doesn't
you
have
can
time to
quote,
appeal the Ripple SEC
in
case.
November of 2025, you'll be able to quote in
Do you think you
down
got a
to a half a
consensus out
penny.
there that agrees with that?
I'm sorry?
Do you think you have a consensus out there that agrees with your conclusion and assessment?
On last week's update of the national market system, there was a broad, we got over 5,000 comments, but we had very significant support on relieving this restriction and allowing for lower bid-ask spread, and then even lowering the fees on the field. I took note even after we voted, I saw something from the Managed Funds Association, the trade association representing hedge funds, that supported what we did last week.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Peirce, do you believe the SEC has addressed the industry and public concerns over the equity market structure rules, especially given some of the lack of the updated data from the 605 market data?
I mean, I think the point that you're making is a really important one. I did support last week's rule because I think it's a net beneficial rule. But one of the things that I wanted us to do is to build into that a way to go back and make sure it's doing what we intended and not having adverse effects. But we proposed a whole set of equity market structure rules that will remake the markets if we go forward with them. And what people have been telling us is you need to slow down. Our markets work quite well. And so if you're going to make a change, take a breath, get the data you need, get the public input you need, have the roundtables you need, and then move forward. And so I do worry that we're rushing forward with equity market structure changes.
Good. And the volume pricing rule, does it solve a market problem that exists?
I mean, as I pointed out when we proposed that, there's volume pricing in lots of different parts of our markets, and we don't have problems with it in other parts of our markets. So it's not strange to see volume prices in our equity markets.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Yoda, do you believe the SEC's approach to finalize these rules properly balances the market stability with investor confidence?
Well, some of the rules I have supported, but in part because there's been robust comment. In fact, some of them go back to initiatives under the Trump administration. For instance, T+1, that was something that under the Trump administration, they suggested we look at moving faster when we went to T+2. Treasury clearing under Secretary Mnuchin, he also broached that idea as a
Thank you. I'm out of time. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
We'll now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member and would have the record reflect that I associate myself with the comments of the ranking member. Mr. Gensler, welcome back. You were here about a year ago, and at that time, we were on the brink of a shutdown. Within days, we could have a similar thing to occur if we don't act. My question to you, hopefully it will enlighten a good many people and help us better understand why shutdowns are adverse to the best interests of investors. My question is this: how does this, if there is a shutdown, how will it impact your staffing, the people that have a hands-on experience with helping investors? How will this impact your ability to protect investors?
We would be in shutdown mode. I think it's only about 6 or 7% of our staff would be allowed to come in. 93% would not. So we wouldn't be overseeing the capital markets during that period of time. And if somebody was making filings to go public or to register a security, we wouldn't have people to answer their questions.
Well, that's of concern to me. Let me address another concern. What about the businesses that connect to you in some way? How will it impact them?
Well, it would impact any business that was seeking to go public or raise money, file registration statements. It would affect anybody who was coming in with a tip complaint referral and said that they have a problem, that somebody is, what were the words that Commissioner Ueda said, lying or cheating or stealing something from them. We've had shutdowns in the past. I mean, we get through them, but then there's a backlog also after that happens that we have to catch up and really help all those businesses and market participants and investors out.
Could this impact the direction of the market itself?
I think it puts uncertainty into the market, and what the market does with that. Sometimes I'm in a role in a job that I'm not to predict markets, but it would put some uncertainty into the market.
Well, let's move to another question. You have been accused of being a climate regulator. I think you should have an opportunity to explain why you are not a climate regulator.
We're not in the law and we're not in practice. Congress has set us up as a securities regulator. But in practice, what we found is that literally the majority of the top 1,000 public companies today put out some disclosures around their climate risks. Some 60%, in fact, put out disclosures around greenhouse gas. And investors, we find it material to their decision-making about investments. And so we put out a rule to notice and comment. We adopted a rule grounded in materiality because investors are using that information to make decisions, to bring some consistency to that which was already happening.
Thank you. And I'll close with a statement. Ms. Williams made reference to this, and I'd like to say just a bit more about it. And it has to do with access to capital, especially for people who are of color, and within that subset, persons who are African Americans. 246 years of slavery, no access to capital. Invidious discrimination that was legalized, lawful in this country. We called it segregation. It was another form of racism. No access to capital. And to this day, we still experience discrimination when it comes to lending. Testing has validated what I'm saying. Closing the wealth gap will require more than having a methodology by which we impact all small businesses. There has to be something for the small businesses that have a legacy associated with invidious discrimination over centuries in this country. And I would also add this: women have to be treated in a special way as well. Thank you.
The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stiles, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Ueda, I'd like to get your thoughts on the
If
SEC's.
the gentleman will yield, I recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile. Sorry,
wrong
Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yeah, wrong guy. I yield back.
Yeah, the other Wisconsin guy.
You can never have enough people from Wisconsin in the room.
Let's make sure the record's clear. The answer is yes, you can. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In 2020, Securities and Exchange Commission finalized rules governing proxy advisors under Chairman Clayton. These rules came from years of consultation and analysis. I supported the 2020 rules. It worked to really rein in powerful proxy advisors, in particular, the duopoly of ISS and Glass Lewis. I was frustrated when the Securities and Exchange Commission then effectively ripped up those rules, said they weren't going to enforce it, and began the process anew. Out of the gates, start with you, Commissioner Peirce, if I can. Do you believe that proxy advisors offer market-moving advice?
I think we see that often the, people start voting as soon as their recommendations come in.
So you view it as market-moving advice?
It's certainly vote moving, yes.
Vote-moving advice. Commissioner Ueda, would you agree with that assessment?
I would agree. They are highly influential in how a fair number of asset managers vote.
Chairman Gensler, would you agree that they offer market-moving advice or vote-moving advice, the proxy advisors?
They influence voting, yes.
So they influence voting. We had a rule that was put in place. I'll go to you, Commissioner Peirce. Was there material information that came to light that would have supported the decision to effectively gut out Chairman Clayton's proxy advisor rule?
As I said at the time, I think it was basically a political U-turn.
And what does that U-turn tell investors? What does it tell the market?
It was unfortunate because, as you said, we had done a lot of work to get to the point where we had some rules in place, and then they got changed. And so I think it was very disappointing for the market to see their regulator working that way.
And whose decision was it to make that U-turn?
Well, it was not mine. It was the majority of the commission that voted for it.
And so, Chairman or Commissioner Ueda, would you agree with that assessment that the decision was made by the majority? Or was it?
I wasn't on the commission at the time, but I can tell you, as someone who has been with the SEC since 2006, I've spent a dozen plus years up before 2020 working on this with my fellow colleagues who are employed there. And this has been a very, very difficult process. And then after that thought I was on detailed Senate Bank at the time, it was unusual to see a flip that quickly. And it was even more unusual to see a 30-day comment period that I think started right around Thanksgiving and ended on Christmas to ask for public comment on the flip.
I share the frustration. I would urge all the commissioners to review the legislation that I drafted that was just passed as part of a larger package on the House floor to really rein in the duopoly in the proxy advisor market, because I think it can work to distort our markets and lower trust and confidence in our markets when you see this type of a concentration that's not being properly regulated by the SEC. Continue with you if I can, Mr. Ueda. Staff Legal Bulletin 14L really changed the calculus for excluding non-germane or duplicative shareholder proposals. Who's deciding to grant no action letters, and whose judgment are we relying on to evaluate and implement Staff Legal Bulletin 14L?
The decision is solely by the SEC staff, which reports up to the chairman.
And how would that come before you or other commissioners, or can it once it's decided at the staff level?
From a practical standpoint, it does not. There is a small process the staff could recommend the commission approve or disapprove, but in my entire 18 years at the commission, I've never seen that done.
So you've never seen it done, so it's always been implemented at the staff level. And so when we look at Staff Legal Bulletin 14L, it can have a very significant impact, because once that the staff is implementing that staff legal bulletin, then it never comes before the full commission.
That's correct.
Okay. One final question here, cognizant of my time, Commissioner Ueda. In response to the proposed rule regarding safeguarding of advisor client assets, you explained it would create a no-win scenario for crypto assets. It's my understanding that several of the proposals create no-win scenarios for digital asset ecosystems. In 20 seconds, can you elaborate on that?
I'm sorry.
Whether or not the proposed rule regarding safeguarding of advisory client assets creates a no-win scenario for crypto.
I think it potentially does, and this is something that we need to think about before we move further.
I thank you all for being here, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman does in fact yield back. We thank you. We'll now recognize the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Gensler, I was looking, is like from 2010 to 2019, companies spent what, $6.3 trillion on stock buybacks. Is that a lot?
Well,
Like compared to, I'm not in the industry, is that a lot for compared?
where I come from in Baltimore, when you're talking trillions, it's always a lot. But over 10 years,
My staff made sure to say that's what the capital like T.
yeah. But over 10 years, I think you said $600 billion a year.
Mm-hmm.
Given that we have a $50 trillion equity stock market,
Mm-hmm.
the numbers sound about right.
Mm-hmm. Is it true that the average corporate executive receives a larger share of their compensation in actually stock awards and stock options more than even their salary?
I believe that to be correct.
Yeah, I think one study showed that the average executive receives nearly 27.3% of their total compensations in salary, but 4.3% in bonuses, but then 30.6% in stock awards, and about 12.6% in options. One of the things is about the lack of like transparency and how some of these decisions are made, but to make matters worse, like some investors in the public have been largely kind of in the dark about the specifics of stock buybacks and the reasons be the companies and how they engage in them. Given all this, I was really pleased to see last year that the SEC finalized an important rule bringing much needed disclosures, as you know, and transparency to very, very, again, very murky practice of stock buybacks. We know, unfortunately, the Fifth Circuit struck it down. So, Chair, do you have any commitment that you can share of whether or not you're going to be reproposing the stock buyback rule?
I thought it was an important rule and
Yeah.
voted for its adoption. The Fifth Circuit saw it differently. We took it back to reconsider. It's still on our unified agenda as part of our agenda. We'd have to propose a new
Do you have a
rule.
timeline,
I don't have a timeline for you.
like in a year?
Oh, well, I would hope, again, elections have consequences, so.
I know.
But if I'm here and so forth, I think this is an important rule. I think it's important to have greater transparency.
Mhm.
And that where we had adopted was once a quarter, the companies would provide greater transparency on the shares they bought in the prior quarter.
Is this a true statement that not all stock buybacks are legal? Stock buybacks can't be used to evade security laws, for instance.
I can think of hypotheticals where you could try to do a stock buyback that evaded securities laws,
Yeah.
but I would
What-
hope that everybody does them legally.
They won't unless you force them, Chair. Come on. So if anything, is the SEC doing anything to ensure public companies' stock buybacks practices are not violating current law?
We're a cop on the beat. It's part of what we do. We have robust enforcement. If any of your constituents or anybody has information or belief if somebody's doing buybacks that are illegal, bring it to our attention.
So, Chair, you know this. My favorite section of Dodd-Frank lately has been Section 956. And it's been about, what, 13 years? And we're still waiting for regulators to finalize this rule preventing compensation packages that encourage excessive risk-taking. And, it impacts our small businesses recently and others when we, again, don't move forward on what the legislative intent is. And so several regulators recently proposed a June 26th, I think it was 2016 version of the rule, but not all the agencies joined, as you probably know. At its discretion, SEC sometimes performs an economic analysis or cost benefit analysis for pro. So this is to Commissioner Lazaro, is that what I'm saying? Yeah, say it for me, please.
Lizarga.
Lazari, do you need all other regulators on board before conducting such an analysis? So basically, this is one thing that SEC, maybe Chair can help you, can perform what they call economic analysis on certain rules and cost benefit.
That is a function performed by our Division of Economic and Risk Analysis. The staff of the commission is part of.
Really quickly, Chair, because we're.
And we would need to do an economic analysis, and we would put it out to public comment in this joint rule.
But do you need all the companies?
Gentlelady's time's expired. I will now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair.
Not to be diminished by being the second Wisconsin member.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Ueda, I'd like to get your thoughts on the SEC safeguarding advisory client assets proposal. So the initial proposal, which would impose new custody requirements for real estate assets, it doesn't really cite instances of loss or misuse or theft or misappropriation. Additionally, it does not acknowledge the existing legal and regulatory frameworks, right? Including public land records, title insurance, which obviously protects real estate against theft. So going from funds and securities to any client assets would be kind of a dramatic expansion of the custody rule. Do you believe it's appropriate to include real estate in the initial proposal, given the potential effect this could have on residential and commercial real estate? And then is the SEC hearing about this? Are you hearing anything about this in the comments at this point?
Well, my view is any rule we do needs to be effective, efficient, and appropriately tailored. At a very high level, should there be efforts made to safeguard assets that are entrusted to someone else? Now, the answer may be yes, but then when you look at each of the individual assets, you may want very different treatment. And some of them, as you just pointed out, and as commenters have pointed out, real estate is very different than securities in a brokerage account and might, in fact, the commission could even conclude that we can rely on those existing protections and therefore don't need to have a prophylactic rule on that. And that's something that is in the comment file. I really hope that the commission thinks hard about that before taking any further steps.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Lazarga, the predictive data analytics proposal notes, it may be difficult or impossible to evaluate a particular covered technology or identify any conflict of interest associated with its use or potential use. The proposal then proceeds to give examples and concludes, however, a firm's lack of visibility would not absolve it from the responsibility to use its covered technology. So for a given rule, do you believe it's fair to tell registrants that even though they may not be able to determine whether they are in compliance with the rule, they're still liable under the rule?
Sir, the predictive data analytics rule, is my understanding, is going to be reproposed in response to comments from market participants. So I think it's premature for me to prejudge what that's going to look like and the specific question that you're raising and how that will look. So I think I'll reserve judgment.
Let me just ask you then, so what are your concerns in and around that, or what would you be looking for, I guess?
I don't have any concerns with the idea of ensuring that firms meet their best interest obligations and that advice to investors isn't conflicted when it's provided through electronic means. And so that general principle I agree with. It's a question of what the details look like.
Okay, thank you. The recent proposal by a fixed income clearing corporation to adopt SEC requirements to essentially clear U.S. government securities would apply in an extraterritorial way so that transactions between a bank's foreign branches and foreign counterparties where there is no U.S. nexus. The SEC clearly did not consider whether sponsoring members could accept foreign counterparties from every relevant jurisdiction as sponsored members or issues surrounding the time frame in which transactions by an entity across the globe must be submitted for clearing, considering the FICC does not operate 24 hours daily. Commissioner Ueda, did the SEC consider anything a more nuanced approach than the application during the rulemaking process? The one size fits all, as I think what we've become used to, would you put it in that category?
Well, we try hard to think about possible consequences and effects, but we don't always get it right. In my view, the adoption of a final rule is actually only the start of a very important process of implementing it. And what happens in that implementation is sometimes we discover problems that we've not had anticipated. It's up to us as a responsible regulator to say, all right, if this was not the intended effect, we need to go back and fix that and address that. If we need to lengthen our implementation time to get it right, we need to do so.
Thank you, Chair. Yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again also for your friendship, Mr. McHenry, and for your leadership. Very grateful. And thank you, Ranking Member, for working to find an agreement on stablecoins. Looking forward to helping if I can in that effort. Chairman Gensler, thank you for being here. Our capital markets are the envy of the world because we have rules that ensure investors have access to real-time and accurate information. However, the use of social media by investors raises critical concerns about the ease with which people and bots can manipulate and spread false information to make a profit. I just have a question why the SEC isn't doing more to stop the spread of false information in this way and being used to manipulate markets, and why are we allowing abusive short sellers proliferate at the cost of those who play by the rules?
Look, fraud is fraud, whether you're using a bot, whether you're using artificial intelligence, whether you're doing the old-fashioned human way. It's a little bit more challenging to chase after when it's the modern technological way. We have some resource constraints too. I mean, we're flat funded. I know lots of agencies come in front of Congress and say the same thing, but I'm saying flat funding definitely constricts it. So I'd say it's just the challenges of technology and the challenges of funding.
But if you see somebody online, some people purposely manipulating or some handles online purposely manipulating or doing pump and dump or reverse pump and dump.
We're going to chase after them, which is more technically, that's Baltimore street talk. I think you understand it in New Jersey.
I do, but you will, and you are. As the SEC, I think, to me, needs to send a very clear message and take appropriate enforcement action against market manipulators and abusive short sellers. And it sounds like I have your commitment to do that.
Yes.
Can I ask each of you, do I have your commitment to do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, Chairman Gensler, can you please clarify, and this is a concern that was brought to my attention during the process, why the SEC staff refused to provide technical assistance to the Committee on Landmark Digital Asset Legislation, FIT 21?
I think we actually did provide technical assistance to Chair McHenry and head of the subcommittee, Chair Hill. I know I met with Chair McHenry a number of times personally.
I know you did, but my understanding is the staff refused to provide any kind of technical assistance.
If I recall, there was multiple pages of written technical, I mean, maybe it's called something different up here, but there was written.
Okay, that's good to hear, because
feedback.
that was a concern that was brought to our attention during the process. And under Article 1 of the Constitution, as you know well, Congress erected the independent agency with the expectation that the agency would provide Congress with technical assistance on matters. And I assume you see that as part of the responsibility of the agency to serve Congress as well.
Yeah, we do on both sides of the aisle and the Senate and the House try to give feedback literally 50 to 100 times a year on different legislative initiatives.
Okay, thank you. I just think it's really important the agency understands that we're here as well. And sometimes it gets a little lost in my opinion, but I'm glad to hear that. I guess I'll go broader for a different question on ransomware attacks. Grew 74% last year. On average, a ransomware attack costs a company nearly $5 million. This kind of attack can put small businesses like those in Jersey out of business. And holding attackers accountable has been a huge priority for me. which is why I'm leading the bipartisan public and private sector ransomware response coordination act to create a unified response to these threats. Just want to, if I can, ask how the SEC is working with other agencies and law enforcement to address ransomware attacks in the financial sector.
We work with across the government with the intelligence community as well as Department of Justice and CISA. Ransomware is almost uniformly done using cryptocurrency as well. So it sort of intersects with some of the work that we're doing in cryptocurrency. And as it relates to public companies, we adopted and now has been implemented that public companies, if they have a cyber attack that's material to investors, there's some public notification, and sometimes those cyber attacks are ransomware attacks.
Well, I appreciate that. Last question. What kind of discussions are occurring at the SEC about the impact of Chevron ruling, and how are you going to handle that, which could really change the way things go at the agency?
We do what we do according to the laws passed by Congress and how the courts interpret them. The Supreme Court has made a number of rulings, not just the Loper-Bright that you referenced, but other rulings, and we take that. Of course, it's the law of the land once the Supreme Court says it.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and we're excited to have stablecoins come your way. Thank you.
Gentlemen,
back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Chair Gensler, regarding Rule 15C2-11, the only reason market participants have been able to comply during the past 2 years is the SEC issued a no-action letter that provides a minimum amount of customization of the rule for fixed income markets, which, as you know, are very different from equity markets. But this no-action letter is set to expire in January, and the SEC hasn't done anything to amend Rule 15C2-11 so that it can actually work in fixed income markets. Letting the no-action relief expire could significantly disrupt those markets, which are critical to funding businesses across the country, funding consumer lending like auto and home loans, and supporting everyone's 401k, pension, or other retirement and savings plans. To avoid this unnecessary harm to investors in our financial markets, can you commit to a permanent extension of this no-action letter, or at least an extension until the SEC can propose a rule that is tailored to how fixed income markets work?
The underlying rule was adopted, I think, 4 or 5 years ago. There are many market participants that are well aware of that. The commission did adopt an exemption with regard to 144 securities, if I recall, and that's what we've done.
But are you going to let the no-action letter expire in January?
I'm making no commitment here today.
Thank you. Last year, Chair, the Commission proposed the Safeguarding Advisory Client Assets rule to expand the role of qualified custodians when registered investment advisors custody assets on behalf of their investors. At the time of the proposal, I voiced my concerns that the proposal is inserting itself into matters at the core of the banking system, and specifically within the jurisdiction of the prudential regulators. As proposed, mandatory cash segregation would significantly increase the cost for investors and complexity of providing custody services and locking up cash deposits would be a major departure from current banking practices. Back in May, Chair Gensler, you mentioned that this proposal would need to be reproposed. Can you provide us with an updated timeline on when we might see a reproposal?
I don't have a specific timeline, but there were a number of comments, including yours, around cash. There was also a number of really thoughtful and robust comments about the documentation and the cost of the documentation. So we're taking and the comments about real estate that were even expressed here earlier, taking all that into consideration and looking through that. I think it will take some time, though.
But do you think some of those comments would change would be shown up in the reproposal?
I would anticipate, again, I don't want to prejudge, but I would anticipate the staff's work would be a revised proposal taking into consideration the cash, the concerns around cash segregation, which were certainly heard by this one commissioner very loudly.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Before I move on, I'd like to remind you that banks are subject to stringent prudential regulation, which requires them to control risk, hold adequate capital and liquidity, and have in place workable recovery and resolution plans. I want to move over to enforcement. While I support robust enforcement of our federal security laws, there's concerning trend at the SEC of regulation by enforcement under Current leadership. As we've seen courts strike down SEC proposals, it appears that the SEC is turning to greater enforcement actions to address its rulemaking failures by attempting to institute regulatory changes outside the formal rulemaking process. I hope you've made it clear to the exam and enforcement staff that their responsibilities are to help enforce the laws as currently written and that is not to form new ones. I'd now like to shift to the related topic of capital information, which has not received nearly enough attention from the SEC over the last few years. Commissioner Peirce, would you please speak to whether the SEC has engaged or plans to engage in any rulemaking that would facilitate capital formation, which is a foundational pillar to the SEC tri-part mission? Do you think there's a need for a return to work on this front?
Absolutely. There are some things that we could be doing. We could be doing a rule on finders. We could be doing a micro offering exemption. We could be expanding what it means to be an accredited investor beyond wealth and income. We could be working on crowdfunding to make some changes there. So there are certainly things we could be doing, and we have not prioritized them.
What would you do with these rules?
I mean, I think these are some of the things that I would try to tackle, which is we need to look for ways to make it easier for smaller companies to raise money, and we need to look at the other end of the spectrum. Why aren't companies going public? Which is a big problem, and so we need to try to right-size the regulations on public companies and allow for smaller and emerging companies to have a graduated exposure to new regulations as public companies.
Thank you very much. My time's expired. I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and it's good to see all of you in front of our committee today. I'd like to ask my first question to Commissioner Peirce and Weta. How does the SEC currently account for the overlap between new and existing rules? Do you ask the commenters to consider this overlap, and is it considered in the cost-benefit analysis for every new rule that you have proposed? Or do new rule proposals receive cost-benefit analysis as if they exist in isolation from other proposed rules?
We consider existing rules, but we don't consider rules that are out for proposal. And so this has led to a lot of confusion because we're trying to change so many things at once that when commenters try to comment, they don't know what the state of play is.
I agree with that. We compare to the existing rules, but when we have simultaneous other proposals out there, and we have multiple versions of what that might look, because we ask a lot of questions. We'll propose one version, but we'll say, well, but if we don't do what we propose, what about version A? What about version B? What about version C? What about version D? So that can impact the other proposal. And how does someone try to craft an intelligent response when there is significant interconnectedness between all of these proposals and the market participants?
Thank you. I want to point out that thanks to our Chairman McHenry and Capital Markets Subcommittee Chairwoman Wagner, we passed out of this committee the REG Act, HR 7030. This will make it a requirement for SEC to consider the aggregate cost of regulations, because we simply cannot afford for the SEC to continue down this path of disregarding the cumulative cost of regulations on our capital markets. The SEC has long ensured a clear delineation between its regulation of private and public markets and their market participants. So Commissioner Lizarraga, as you know, many industry participants are concerned that SEC is increasingly blurring those lines. So do you agree that private markets serve an important function in the capital raising process? And how do you view the distinction between public and private markets and the SEC's respective authority on each?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. I think there's an important balance in our markets between private and public that has to be achieved so that we don't tilt too much towards the private markets, in the sense that investors have access to more information when they invest in the public markets, just because our disclosure system is much more robust in our in our public markets. So, but it's a question of balance.
How would you address the concerns that SEC is expanding its authority to regulate private companies? Commissioner Peirce, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have broken down that line of division, which is to say, yeah, there are public markets, and these are markets that have a lot of rules around disclosure and so forth. And then private markets, people are more free to negotiate the kinds of disclosures they want. And we have taken the position that we need to erode the private markets instead of making the public markets a place where more companies want to be. We've taken the position we'll make it as burdensome to be in the private, raise capital in the private markets. I mean, but we're moving it so that it's more burdensome to raise capital in the private markets, and that's not the answer. The answer is to think about what we've done wrong in the public markets.
You know, Commissioner Ueda, I've had the pleasure of knowing you for many, many years, even some decades, right? We share many in common. We are both from California. We also understand firsthand how hard it is for small businesses, especially from the immigrant communities, to raise capital and succeed. And as you know, one of the SEC's three-part mission is to facilitate capital formation. So can you point to any specific proposals during Chairman Gensler's tenure designed to promote capital formation?
Unfortunately, we have not had any capital formation rule proposals on the regulatory agenda during that period.
Does the SEC's approach to its capital formation mandate under Chairman Gensler differ from prior commissions, and how so? Maybe Commissioner Peirce can address that briefly.
Ladies, time's expired. Gentleman from
you.
Florida, Mr. Donalds, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Ueda, in October of 2021, the special purpose acquisition company Digital World Acquisition Corporation announced plans to merge with former President Trump's newly formed media company, Trump Media and Technology Group. The SEC then brought its first ever enforcement action against a special purpose acquisition company using a novel legal theory, coincidentally a month later, after Senator Warren urged the SEC to investigate the merger. It's also worth noting that in addition to Chairman Gensler's role as CFO of the then Hillary Clinton presidential campaign, the former head of enforcement at the SEC was married to Peter Strzok, the current director of enforcement, repeatedly targeted the Trump administration as Attorney General of New Jersey, and the current general counsel at the SEC, Ms. Megan Barbero, litigated both impeachments against President Trump from former Speaker Pelosi. This seems yet another instance of the Biden-Harris's administration of lawfare against former President Trump. Commissioner Ueda, according to the SEC public records, you voted against the July 2023 settlement agreement between the SEC and Digital World Acquisition Corp, which fined DWAC for $18 million. Can you elaborate on your decision to vote against the settlement agreement?
I was particularly concerned and had problems with the penalty that was being imposed. The way the penalty was structured, the only time the penalty would be imposed is if the SPAC went through with the merger with Trump Media. In other words, the very people who we claim to be protecting, the investors in that entity, would be the ones who would have to foot the bill and pay that civil penalty. And for that reason, I had strong objections to the settlement.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Commissioner Peirce, as a regulatory sandbox advocate, if you listen to these hearings enough, I think that's where we should be moving a lot of our regulatory environment into a sandbox model. How would a digital asset sandbox function within the language of the FIT for the 21st Century Act?
I mean, I think what it would allow is for people to come in on a small scale and try things. And so the come in and register that you've heard from the SEC a lot could be brought to life, because people could actually come in, say, these are the conditions that we're going to comply with, and they could go out and try something. They wouldn't have to wait to get through an SEC approval process that never finishes.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Commissioner Crenshaw, in 2021, you published a statement where you emphasized the need for the DeFi industry and the SEC to collaborate to bring DeFi into the regulatory perimeter in a way that balances innovation and with investor protection. Would you characterize the SEC's current approach to DeFi as collaborative thus far?
Well, thank you. I think there's been a lot of rhetoric on both sides. But what I would really like to see is getting down to brass tacks and a practical application. And I have asked for folks to bring in pen to paper where you're finding challenges. They know their industry and their business model better than we ever can. And so what I would really like to see is pen to paper where you're having challenges. And with that, I think staff would be for it. And I certainly know that my office would look at it and look to see how we can move forward. And I think we could. I think there's a lot of flexibility under the existing regime where there are ways to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ueda, I want to go back to you because I know what you said earlier. You thought that the settlement was frankly unfair to the investors that the SEC is somewhat charged with protecting. Did you find that this entire process to move towards a settlement was outside the norm of the SEC's operations in previous years? And what I mean by that, and let me clarify, what I mean by that is, would the SEC engage in the same type of novel theory if it was dealing with any other enterprise that did not include former President Trump?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, hold on to that.
Absolutely.
Mr. Glenser?
Absolutely. It was following the facts and the law, and there was disclosure violations, and we worked through those with the company, Digital World Acquisition Company, and had a resolution of it, a settlement.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. We're going to recess for votes. We expect members to come back right after. The committee stands in recess.
Well, outside of anything regarding to digital assets, I'm just going to keep doing my thing on the background here. As soon as something comes out that is critical for me to break down, we will certainly do that. I guess everyone take a break. We'll be back in a second. Really appreciate you guys. This has been at certain parts very exciting, at certain parts not very exciting. Hopefully we have some more digital asset talk coming in a minute. Guys, thank you so much. You're all incredible. Make sure to keep liking, make sure to keep subscribing, make sure to keep retweeting. You guys are absolutely awesome. And we'll just go back to the break until we get back to the digital asset side of things. Thank you guys so much. Sorry, guys. No idea what's going on behind the scenes here. It looks like something is pretty stalled out. If I get any information on what's going on, I will for sure report on it. Chat is lit, though. Chat is lit. I think the biggest thing we learned here is that stable coins are probably going to happen, which is big. It makes a lot of sense why Ripple kind of pivoted to getting a stable coin out, because obviously if there's going to be regulations, that's a big deal. So the fact that there is a push on regulations the push on stablecoin regs is huge. I never thought we were going to come close to getting that, but it looks like there is a push on that. I thought the pushback from Richie Torres and some of the other Democrats was also pretty big. It's really nice to see Democrats pushing hard against Gary Gensler. That's another thing I really didn't expect to see too much of today. We did see it twice, and by Richie Torres in a really big way. Not taking into account other politics here, Richie Torres has really been a bull against Gary Gensler, and I would argue has really cracked down on Gary Gensler to a larger degree than a lot of the Republicans. So it's been nice to see. It's been nice to see that pushback on Gary Gensler's own side. You can tell how thrown both him and Crenshaw were. Missed you too, Crypto Clay. Crypto Clay, bro, it's great to see you, man. As much as I like doing your early morning live streams, it's excellent to have you back. And just on the side, just so you guys know, I've been watching this chat like a hawk. Love seeing you guys go back and forth in the chat. I've been working on some other stuff on the sides, just as kind of been waiting for this thing to turn back on. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to let them shoot. I don't have anything at the current moment, but looks like I'll have something here in a sec. XP Market, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, we've been on pause for a minute here, XP Market. We were waiting for things to pick back up, but looks like we got a little bit of a drought in this thing. We were pretty impressed by the stablecoin regs coming in, so that was really cool. Doesn't seem like there's anything else too exciting going on in the market. It seems like most people were focused on this. I would say the pushback against the SEC has been more than I expected out of the Democrats, less than I expected out of the Republicans, which I thought was interesting. And then the stablecoin regulation was obviously exciting. I like how Richie Torres pushed back on Gary Gensler and kind of forced him to answer. Well, I did like what Tom Emmer did and what Warren Davidson did. They just didn't give Gary Gensler enough time to kind of expose himself. It was really kind of, hey, let me talk at you. And then Gary Gensler's like, next, and then got out of it without saying anything. I think the most important thing you can get out of any of these hearings is forcing Gary Gensler to talk, because when he talks, ultimately he slips up. He says things he's not supposed to. So that's always probably one of the most important things, I would think. If I was going against Gary Gensler, I think the first thing I would say is, why did you invent the term crypto asset security? Can you justify making that up? And what was the logic behind putting that language out to the market? I would ask Gary Gensler why he felt like it was okay to use that language in cases if it is not supported in law. And I'd really just want to pin down on one issue and really get him to answer questions around that one issue. So I don't know. I thought some of the rants were good. I guess at the end of the day, it's really just about convincing other members of Congress and the Senate Banking Committee that these people are correct. So definitely a lot of key milestones coming up. I completely agree. The biggest thing I'm waiting for is just for this appeal to come and go. Really hope we don't see that appeal. I think that would be pretty much the biggest thing we're waiting on right now. I think that's like the big catalyst we're waiting on. Hopefully after that, we see some new exciting developments that no one really thought was going to happen that are essentially made possible by the SEC not appealing. So that's what I'm thinking is the big thing. Still in recent, guys, what are they even voting on right now? Like, what is being voted on? I heard them say they're going to come back with a vote. What was the vote? Does anyone have that answer? I either missed that part or whatever, but I didn't get what they were actually voting on here. I saw some other people confused on that as well. To fire Gary Gensler? I don't think so. That'd be funny though. If like right in front of him, they fired on the spot. What's for lunch? I was wondering the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. I heard them say we're going to come back for vote, but I don't know what the vote was on. Yeah, they're still in recess. I have it like, if you guys can see, I actually have it right there. That's the screen it's being played off of. Yeah, so if it does change, you'll be able to see it just out of the corner. Regs will be triggered by financial institutions to provide clarity, though Congress to enforce the SEC. Is it fit for 21? I was thinking it might be, but there's no way. Let me see if I can find let me see if I can pull up a post by Eleanor right now. Oh, that was an interesting admission by Gary Gensler. He did admit that debt box was handled poorly. So, I do wonder that is a pretty big admission right there. I don't know if it's like, it's the first time I've ever heard Gary Gensler kind of admit fault. So he did admit that debt box was handled poorly. I still don't know I have any information what the maybe it was another vote. Maybe they broke to vote on something else. I think that's what it probably was. I think they're probably voting on something unrelated, and then they're waiting for that vote to conclude to finish up this hearing. That would be my best guess for what's going on here. There is 9,500 people watching on X right now and another 500 on YouTube. You guys are incredible. Yeah, I don't think it'd be fit 21. My best guess is a separate vote. Was not expecting this to take this long though. I thought this would be wrapped up a while ago. This has been a marathon of a hearing. This has been a marathon of a hearing. Crypto Clyde, thank you so much, brother. Thank you. You're incredible. We missed you. We missed you big time. It's good to have you back. You and Taylor, man. Taylor was back this week. Get to see you again. I saw Kawhi Girl earlier. It's always great to be able to see you guys again. We'll get some OG streams back at the normal time slot as well. We'll get some OG streams back at the normal time slot as well. Oh, trust me. Yeah, it's hard to get up early. It is. I'm a cheater because I'm on the East Coast, so it's easy. All right, guys, we'll be back in a second. I gotta jump for something real quick, and then if this gets going, we'll be back to it.
The committee will come to order. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Commissioner Peirce, in the interest of time, please do your best to answer the following questions in a yes/no format. To your knowledge, does the SEC generally consider the sale of physical art at an art gallery or auction house a transaction of a security?
No.
Thank you for that. Does the fact that art collectors may be purchasing pieces of art at a gallery or auction house with the expectation that the art may go up in value change anything in that analysis?
No.
Great. Now, putting aside art galleries and auction houses, does the SEC generally consider the sale of physical art on an online marketplace like eBay or Etsy a securities transaction?
No.
Okay, thank you. I do not understand is how the SEC appears to be taking the stance that NFTs, these pieces of digital art and collectibles, are themselves securities, or that sales of them by online marketplaces constitute a security transaction. The only difference I see is that one asset is tokenized and the other is not. In the example of physical art that we just discussed, there are indeed many collectors who purchase art with the intent to profit, and artists who market themselves in their work in order to develop an ecosystem of patrons. So I fail to grasp the difference here. Is tokenization enough to transform a non-security into a security?
Again, the facts and circumstances of any transaction are relevant, but you put your finger on something that's troubled me, which is that we seem to be treating digital assets differently than we treat physical assets. And I think that's problematic.
Well, what exactly is the differentiating factor?
We have moved away from, so when we look at digital assets, we're saying they're being sold as part of a securities transaction because there's an investment contract associated with it. Yet pinning down what exactly that investment contract has been, for me, very problematic. It's based on statements, any statement about something having value, or a statement made by one of the investors that something might go up in value. And as you pointed out, you can have an investor who buys a piece of art. You can have a person who buys a piece of art and she expects that piece of art to rise in value, but we don't change that piece of art into a security because she expects it to go up in value. And it seems to me that we're doing that on the crypto side, and it doesn't make sense to me because I don't see the parallel on the physical side.
Thank you for that. I'm concerned that this is just an extremely slippery slope. If the SEC takes a position that most NFTs are sold as securities, where does it end? The SEC hasn't been able to articulate a limiting principle here because there isn't one. The view threatens not just crypto, but many other industries as well. And at this pace, the SEC's actions threaten to swallow large parts of the collectibles markets, the luxury goods market, musicians and artists of all types, and even the restaurant and events industry. Beyond that, the commission is stifling blockchain technology as a whole, and it appears Chair Gensler is doing so intentionally. Commissioners Ueda and Peirce, your recent dissent related to NFTs stated that, quote, the NFTs here are utility tokens, not securities, and statements by the founders and NFT purchasers that a successful restaurant would cause the NFT price to rise do not change that. So, Commissioners Peirce and Ueda, in your dissent, you two also aptly state that, quote, the intent of a buyer cannot transform a non-security into a security, end quote. I'd like each of you to discuss the following questions. In your view, why has the SEC not provided clarity to the treatment of NFTs, and how could the commission approach this differently? Commissioner Ueda?
we had identified what is my primary concern. There is no limiting principle based on what the commission, what you might discern from the commission's enforcement actions. I have strong reservations whether that's consistent with the law. I mean, we've talked about the Howey test, but the Howey test gets implemented by the courts of appeal. So for instance, in the Ninth Circuit, there's a case called Glenn Turner Enterprises, which said that there needs to be such essential managerial efforts that lead directly to the success or failure of the enterprise. And in many of these cases, the artist just creates it, it exists. There is no subsequent managerial or entrepreneurial efforts that affect the value. It's all set by supply and demand.
Thank you for that. Sorry, we're out of time. Mr. Chairman, we need to create clear rules of the road here. This technology is the future, and I appreciate anything y'all can do to help create clear rules going forward. Thank you.
The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This year, the committee has spent lots of time explaining the deficiencies in Staff Accounting Bulletin 121. Our efforts culminated in passing my resolution under the CRA to repeal the bulletin with support from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer in the Senate before it was eventually vetoed by the Biden-Harris administration. We are now hearing that the SEC's Office of the Chief Accountant is engaging in conversations with some market participants on a case-by-case confidential basis to inform them if they need to comply with SOB 121. It looks like one firm even received a non-objection from the bulletin. It's incredible how big of a hole the SEC has dug itself into. Yet, despite the backtracking and the rebuke from both houses of Congress, earlier today, Chair Gensler indicated he would not rescind SOB 121 in response to a question from my friend across the aisle, Mr. Wiley Nickel. Chair Gensler, now that the Office of the Chief Accountant is picking and choosing who needs to comply with SOB 121, why wouldn't the SEC simply rescind SOB 121 entirely or issue a new guidance?
Stepping back, this guidance, it's the 121st. It's what we've been doing for 52 years. And it's guidance about what happens in bankruptcy, whose assets are there. And crypto bankruptcy after crypto bankruptcy, the bankruptcy courts have said it's not the investors, it's the bankruptcy estate. That's what that accounting bulletin is about. Is it a liability in bankruptcy, basically? And customers get hurt.
Let me reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Peirce, what kind of signal does it send when the SEC is carving out individual firms from its own staff accounting guidance on an one-off basis? What would be the approach you'd recommend instead of a response to the problems caused by SOB 121?
The approach I'd recommend is we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to figure out what the right accounting is in this area, and we need to do that involving the public in a process, not just putting out a staff bulletin. And then applying it, Chair Gensler mentioned earlier, it applies to public companies, and that's true. It applies on its face to public companies, but we've also applied it to broker-dealers. And now, as you pointed out, we're peeling it back for particular entities. There was a question earlier about why there's only one custodian in the ETP space. And one of the reasons is because of our SAB 121, which makes it very hard for people to be custodians in this space.
And think about the market concentration. There's been no accounting bulletin from the SEC that has ever been as fundamentally flawed as SOB 121, nor has there ever been one that has been considered a rule according to the GAO. And we certainly haven't seen 60 U.S. senators overturn any of the 120 previous accounting bulletins either. Something's amiss here. This does not look right for the SEC. The situation we're in today is indicative of a failure of your organization to recognize just how problematic SOB 121 has been. Chair Gensler, do you believe that SOB 121 has led to concentration risk because of how few entities are able to offer digital asset custody services?
I think it's actually the right accounting. Off-balance sheet accounting is also what, in part, got us into the 2008 crisis. So just remember, like When people are trying to hide things and put them off balance sheet, it's not good. Also,
You
the
talk about
consult-
hiding things, Chairman Gensler. We don't even know what deals you're cutting on Sob 121 when you give a no objection letter to a different firm. Like, if we're going to talk about hiding things, let's talk about transparency. Let's talk about how do people in this country operate under our laws when your commission is doing backroom deals with one-off companies and writing them a no objection letter. That's not transparent. That's not in the interest of the American people. You can't follow rules that you don't know about. What's going on?
the accounting bulletin is, the staff accounting bulletin is out, but also for years, companies come in, public companies, and said, this is how we're going to account for something. Do you object? And in this case, if it's remote from bankruptcy, if a company is going to go bankrupt and it's truly the customer's
I'm
funds.
going to hold you there because I want to give your colleague a chance. Commissioner Peirce, I'd like to pose the same question to you. It's market concentration. Is that a risk from Sob 121?
It is a risk, and the accounting raises real questions about whether this is protective of investors or not. And so that's why I think we need to go out with a real process to try to figure this out.
At the end of the day, the SEC has to read the room. And the entire House of Representatives voted on this, and a majority of members of the House rebuked Sob 121. And the Senate, led by the opposing party, they passed it with 60 votes, including the majority leader. This is not a good look for the SEC. This should go away. This is bad policy. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Flood. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Gensler, nearly 3 years ago, the Commission proposed a rule to require the public disclosure of relatively small security-based swap positions, Rule 10b-1. It met significant bipartisan opposition both within this committee and on the Agriculture Committee because of the significant potential for market disruption, undermining of shareholder rights and corporate accountability, and encouragement of dangerous practices like copycatting and herding that the Commission itself has warned about. Given the lack of statutory authority to proceed with such a proposal, its near certainty of being overturned in the courts, and the vast bipartisan opposition, are you willing to confirm, yes or no, that you do not intend to proceed with this harmful proposal that would waste Commission resources and undermine its future authority?
Still considering comments. We do have statutory authority under Dodd-Frank, but there was a lot of, you're right, a lot of comments that said maybe the Commission could collect the information but not make it public. But we're still.
So at this time,
considering
you're
comments.
still willing to proceed forward?
We're still considering comments. I'm not prejudging where I would come out or where my fellow commissioners would come out.
Commissioner Peirce?
We heard a lot of feedback, which didn't surprise me because when we went out, we didn't have the data we needed to go out with that rule. We'll see how the commission decides to move forward, but I continue to have real concerns about the effect it could have on the market.
Chair Gensler, looking back on your tenure at the SEC, your approach has focused more on quantity than on quality. I think one prime example of my point is that your track record in the courts. I also assume if I asked you about your track record and its impact on the agency, both legally and regarding staff morale, I would get a 5-minute robust defense of your rulemaking decisions. However, I'm reminded of your quote that, quote, figures don't lie, but liars sure can figure. And the figures show that the court believes you have overstepped your authority time and again. So let me ask Commissioners Peirce and Ueda their opinions regarding the impact on the agency and staff morale for the courts to consistently rule against the chairman and his hubris.
It certainly isn't good for our agency to be told by courts that we've overstepped the legal authority. And I think it tells us that we need to be more careful because as you suggest, staff have put a lot of work in on rulemakings that have then gotten thrown out because we didn't have the statutory authority to do them.
These losses to the agency are devastating. I've been with the agency since 2006. In the late 2000s, we lost a series of challenges in court to the commission's rulemaking. After that, the mantra became never again. We need to be the gold standard in administrative rulemaking. And for a number of years, that is what we pursued, the gold standard in rulemaking. Unfortunately, we've regressed. It is now do what you need to, that is the minimum required by law. That's why we're doing 30-day comment periods, not because it makes sense to have 60 days, which is what has been ingrained in me that entire 18 years, is you start at 60 days minimum for a comment period. Well, 30 is the minimum days required by law. All of the other steps, let's get it out fast. Let's cut corners where we need to, because that is what is the minimum required by law. But that's like saying a D grade is a passing grade in school.
So in your opinion, the SEC under Chair Gensler is no longer the gold standard?
I've served with 6 chairmen. Unfortunately, our condition today in rulemaking, I would say, is below the average.
I want to follow up on a question from Mr. Sherman earlier, who expressed his concern with Webull and the concerns of having trading apps with Americans' financial data stored in China. I've written 2 letters to Secretary Yellen on Webull and Mumu on this, and the concerns given that Chinese companies are required by Chinese law to share data with the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party. So following up on Mr. Sherman's points, how can you ensure these companies are following the law? And how can you be confident the information is not available, given that Chinese companies are required by Chinese law to share data with the Chinese government? Commissioner Peirce and Commissioner Ueda.
I mean, I think that the concern that you raise is a legitimate concern. We want to make sure that brokerage customers' information is protected. And it's something that I'm certainly happy to work with you on.
I agree. That is a concern that we have, and with protecting customer information.
Thank you, Mr. Lawler. The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the commissioners, for the chairman for being here. I'm glad to see so many of you in this room from both sides of the party aisle. Our markets are here to support small business, creating new jobs, farm investments in states like mine in Iowa, and local governments growing pension funds and providing cash for home ownership. Challengingly, under Chairman Gensler's leadership, the commission hastily and arbitrarily has led to a rulemaking process that undermines the agency's critical mission, making decisions at the expense of small businesses and family farms back home. Chairman Gensler, during your first 30 months in office, there was a 110% increase in proposed rules compared to the previous 2 chairs over the same period of time. Many of those rules are both complex, I think is easy to say. Some of them have been inconsistent, and arguably they've been expansive in scope, and they diverge from the SEC's historical approach to many issues that we've come to depend on. These costs are adding up. $6 billion, an additional 6 million in compliance hours for many of my small businesses and farms. This shouldn't be too surprising when just one rule is 886 pages long. This is a tremendous impact on my constituents back in Iowa. The courts agree with my decision too, because Chairman Gensler, they've taken you to court where you've lost, and then you've lost again, and you've lost again, and again, and again. The courts are piling up in this that you have overreached, and yet you've refused to take advice from me, from Iowans, and we'll hear today from your commissioners. I believe the SEC needs to start choosing Main Street over administrative rule by fiat. So Commissioner Uday, since Chairman Gensler has not answered the request that I have in the letter that we sent to him on June the 13th, signed by many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I'd like to start with you. You've worked at the SEC in various roles for a long time. You know the agency well. You're concerned that the recent wave of legal challenges against the SEC's rulemaking agenda is a threat to its reputation as a well-regarded independent regulator. Would you concur with that statement now?
Yes, I would.
From that, does the overregulation coming from the SEC put not only its reputational brand damage at risk, but cause a harm to the people impacted by it, whether it be a small business, a farm, or others?
Yeah, there are very significant effects, and I worry because of the rapid pace of rulemaking, we haven't fully been able to consider all of those effects, especially where they're negative on small businesses.
I'll note that you're a Republican commissioner, so I'll turn to a Democratic commissioner. You know, Commissioner Lisgard, around 1% of all venture capital goes to rural startups. Is that correct?
I haven't checked the latest figures, but if that's your understanding, then I'll agree with it for purposes of the discussion.
I appreciate that. And I think that that is actually information I've received from the SEC. Could you point to something briefly during your time that makes it easier for a rural small business to raise capital? Just one of the things maybe that you've done.
I have tried to encourage the small business office to expand its outreach to underserved communities throughout the country, including.
I appreciate that, but that's not more than just saying we'd like you to be able to do more, even though we're only giving you less than 1%. Commissioner Peirce, Commissioner Uday, do you have any thoughts on ways that we could reach out to rural communities who need this as well?
Well, I think certainly we could, when I travel, I try to talk to as many people as possible. So that's one thing that we can do. But I think on the rulemaking front, it's exactly what Commissioner Ueda said, which is we need to give people time to think through these rulemakings. You pointed out we've got these very long rules and a lot of them. And so we need to give people time to think through and give us comments.
I would concur. Commissioner Peirce, I want to speak to you on your public statements. You've urged digital asset firms, whether they be issuers, broker-dealers, trading platforms, to come in and register. Is it currently feasible for an issuer, a broker, dealer, or a trading platform to come in and register with the SEC today?
I mean, realistically, it's not. And I think the evidence is in the fact that we've seen so few firms be able to do it.
I don't want to leave you without the opportunity to respond, Chairman Gensler. And while we've had the opportunity to write you, and I know your team works hard on these things, the fact of the matter is we are Congress and we do provide guidance for you. I think, in my opinion, you've taken it very far beyond what Congress has provided you information on. In June of this year, we raised concerns and got a surprisingly lackluster response. I'll put that on your staff and your team to hopefully get us back a more formidable answer. I'm concerned that my friends across the aisle, as well as my constituents, your fellow commissioners, all of us are concerned. Most importantly, Iowans are concerned. I hope you take the time to answer for us.
Thank you, Mr. Nunn. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman, for holding this hearing today. And thank you to Chair Gensler and to each of the commissioners for being here today. Chair Gensler, I share in the same concerns that many of my colleagues do, and especially what Rep. Nunn has just brought up to the forefront. This process in rulemaking has gone through your leadership, and we're all seeing many, many concerns. Moreover, I'm concerned about your recent proposals that stray further and further from the SEC's own mission, which, as you know, states in part that the SEC should protect investors, quote unquote, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. That being said, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Ueda. Earlier, you said that you have served under how many chairs?
6.
6 chairs. How many years is that total?
Nearly 8. It'll be 18 next month.
18 next month. And so I imagine that you have served under both Republican and Democrat leadership.
That's correct.
And you said, if I wrote here, you said under Chair Gensler, it was below average. Why did you use that word below average?
For a number of years, I worked on rulemakings. We spent a lot of time preparing for instance, very detailed summaries of the public comment file. We spent a lot of time and effort on decision trees of all the points that were raised in the comment file, what decisions they would be, what evidence do we have, and what were the course of recommendations. I find today, now, with a little more than 2 years as a commissioner, I see none of that work product being presented to the, or at least for my review in how I think about the decisions that need to be made at the commission level. And in fact, on one early recollection I have when I became a commissioner is I was actually told by the staff, well, we haven't prepared a summary, but you can go read the public comment files on the SEC website, which I found just astounding.
Well, that is obviously very concerning because we need to have all of those details, and just saying go read the public comments is dismissive of your tenure and your experience and the knowledge that you bring to the table. What struck me when you said these words, and they're bold words, is that you say them right in front of basically your boss sitting 3 or 4 chairs away from you.
I'm not his boss.
Well, the chairman of this committee who is making the rules here. And while you might not be the boss and his boss, you are still the leader of the SEC. And it is under your leadership that the rulemaking is coming out. And when you have one of your fellow commissioners just 3 seats away from you with 18 years of experience saying, hey, we have a problem here, that is something to be concerned about, Chairman.
If I might, we have lively disagreements on policy, but the comment summaries that Commissioner Ueda is talking about are actually put out to public, and he also gets those well in advance of a vote. That's what we do, all commissioners get. And sometimes the reason that these things are 800 and 900 pages long is because we summarize all of those comments and pull them into a file that commissioners get.
Reclaiming my time.
And
Reclaiming my
feedback
time.
on.
And what I would say with that is this commissioner has 18 years of experience, so it's not his first rodeo to work under you. And it seems to me that he would have the experience to be able to look through those files and through those reports to be able to give substance in a comment. Would you like to comment back to that, Commissioner Ueda?
Well, I know the staff does a lot of work, but it is one where, in my experience as commissioner, I am getting, at least initially, some very highly summarized documentation as to what's in the comment file. Now, it is correct, we do have an extensive amount of discussion in our final rule, but that comes at the very end of the process. You need to make early decisions as to where you might be thinking and where you land. And that occurs, I would say, if not weeks, months before these proposals ever get fully baked.
When I hear what you're saying, I think highly summarized means little fact or very vague, and it's difficult to make a decision with that kind of information. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. De La Cruz. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Thank you to the ranking member, Waters, and to the commissioners for your testimony today. I'm going to start with just some commentary. Chair Gensler, under your leadership, the SEC has become less transparent, less objective, and more political than at any point in recent memory. We need a commission that advocates for more options for investors, not fewer. It's my hope and the hope of many of my colleagues who you've heard from today that we see the SEC cease with its partisan rulemaking and return to its statutory mission as an advocate for investors and our capital markets alike. I'd like to follow up on an exchange with Congressman Rose. The chair and the special purpose broker-dealers statement was clear. SPBD cannot custody non-security digital assets. Additionally, the proposals to list and trade exchange-traded products could not have been approved as filed if it had been determined that Ether was a security. Commissioner Peirce, as part of a recent settlement, a firm was required to delist the digital assets that the SEC considers securities. The digital assets that remained were Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, and Ether. Can you share your concerns with how the SEC and the chair has continued to dance around the classification of Ether?
I think this is the problem with our approach to crypto assets, which is we leave people to read the tea leaves of our enforcement actions. And unfortunately, when looking at what we do, it's very difficult for people to read those tea leaves because we've been pretty inconsistent in how we treat things. And so there's really little for people to rest on. And that's not a good way to regulate.
And is this approach by the SEC serving the public and market participants at all?
It's not serving anyone. It's not even serving ourselves because we're spending so much on enforcement in crypto that we could be saving by just writing rules and then enforcing them against the bad actors.
Or utilizing that for innovation in the market.
exactly, we could be working with people who are trying to figure out how to use the technology in ways that will be helpful.
And Commissioner Lizarga, do you think this approach is serving investors well?
I do, because it signals to the market that when violations occur and investors are harmed, we are taking the steps necessary to protect them.
In a hearing we had last week, Professor Lee Reiners, who is outspokenly pro-SEC and anti-crypto, said, quote, "There remains a gap in crypto spot market regulation that only Congress can close," end quote. Chair Gensler, why do you insist on trying to close the gap through regulation by enforcement?
We're actually just enforcing the laws that are on the books, and as Commissioner Lizarga said, protecting the public.
Chair
Whatever.
Gensler, you've stated that of the 10,000 different cryptocurrencies in the market, the vast majority are securities. If that's the case, does the SEC plan on bringing thousands of enforcement actions in a never-ending game of legal whack-a-mole? Because it sure seems like that's the approach that the SEC is taking.
We don't have those types of resources, but you're right about one thing. There's a lot of non-compliance in this field, and without prejudging anyone, look, if we look at the leading lights 2 years ago in this field, they're either in jail or they're awaiting extradition, some of those leading lights, and there's been tens of billions of dollars of losses out in the communities. Now, that's a worldwide market. Fortunately, it's not all in the US.
I'd like to pivot to Commissioner Peirce for a second. So we have this regulation by enforcement. We have whack-a-mole by the SEC in these enforcement actions. And Chair Gensler just mentioned some of these, who he's calling the bad actors that have been in charge. Wouldn't a known structure, a market structure, something that we can actually point to instead of this guessing game among the industry, wouldn't that be a better approach?
It absolutely would be a better approach. And I think one of the things that's frustrated people who are trying to do the right thing is that not only are we playing a game of whack-a-mole on the enforcement side, but the classification of assets, even from our own perspective, seems to be changing over time. And so I've talked to so many people who are trying to build things here, and they don't feel confident. And that's not what we want. We want clear rules, and then we can use enforcement for the bad actors.
And is there a role for Congress to close the gap?
Congress can absolutely come in and tell us what to do and tell us what not to do as well. So I always look forward to hearing from you all.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's an alarming absence of stakeholder input during the rulemaking process. It leads to adverse consequences for market participants. Reviewing individual rules without understanding their interconnected impact is impractical, and it undermines the feedback necessary for rulemaking of this significance. Additionally, the SEC has failed to adequately evaluate the aggregate effects of its proposed disclosure rules on businesses, investors, and the U.S. economy. I urge the SEC to put aside partisan politics and put the American investor first. Mr. Ueda, you recently said in a Fox Business article, and I'll quote, "Regulations should be efficient, effective, and appropriately tailored. Facilitating robust capital markets will also help prevent the need for taxpayer bailouts." These are some common sense goals that President Trump adopted during his first term through an executive order outlining his core principles on regulating the U.S. financial system. Can you please elaborate on that? And also, how do we get back to that gold standard that you mentioned?
The capital markets are one of America's crown jewels. We need to be very methodical and thoughtful as we regulate. We have what I believe are the finest markets in the world right now. Under President Trump, he issued an executive order which set forth his core principles for how we should think about financial regulation, a number of which you just read. After that, those core principles were issued, the Treasury Department, and I was detailed to Treasury as a policy advisor at the time, undertook a wide-ranging evaluation of approaches we could take in a coordinated manner among all financial regulators. Banking, capital markets, including the CFTC, even the Department of Labor and their role in insurance, as well as states when it came to, Department of Labor in connection with pensions and the states when it came to insurance. Treasury issued a series of reports and recommendations and then turned it over to the individual agencies for further consideration. During this time, a broad spectrum of stakeholders were consulted from all aspects of the political spectrum. And that helped formulate a larger global view as to how regulation should occur in a coordinated manner and how we can improve the capital markets and the financial system as a whole. Unfortunately, I've not seen that level of coordination or even foresight and planning in the current administration.
So as we look to the future, and if I'll summarize, you're saying that we need better collaboration amongst the stakeholders so that it can be fully vetted and evaluated by said stakeholders. Also, that provides for, you mentioned the 30-day window. It allows a longer period of time for the investor and the markets to adapt and adjust to said recommendations. What concerns me is the idea of the gold standard is gone. Under the current leadership, we've seen an agency go rogue that has overstepped its authority, that has made policies that have been overturned by the courts. We've seen the investor pay the price for activist regulation. Enough is enough. So as we go forward, what are the top priorities? If you were in charge, what would you do right now to fix this?
Well, I think what we need to do is make sure, go back to our core values, which is maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient markets, protecting investors, and facilitating capital formation. Those are all three equally important parts. And I think to a certain extent, we've been a bit out of balance.
How much time should the comment period, how long do you think that should be as we go forward?
I think the default should be minimum 60 days, and for more complex and complicated rulemakings, it should be longer. And when we do have different proposals that interact, we should think about reopening comment periods, and we should also think about reproposing proposals when appropriate, because we made certain changes in our thinking.
Well, I would, and we only have a few moments left or seconds left, but I would also argue there hasn't been sufficient cost-benefit analysis in these rules, which is why you've seen the courts have to step in, while the markets have reacted as such. Thank you all for being here. I know it's been a long day. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Chair Gensler, Commissioners Crenshaw, Lizarraga, Peirce, Ueda for your testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to the witnesses for a response. I ask our witnesses to respond as soon as possible, but no later than October 30th. The hearing is adjourned.
All right, there we go. Well, that was not quick. With that said, though, guys, thank you so much for coming. This ended up being a marathon. What are we at right now? We're at 5 hours. This is the longest live stream by far. Brian, I have seen you in here this entire time, man. Legendary. I have seen you in here this entire time. Guys, thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun. I wish I could have been here the entire time. But you guys are awesome. I don't know if anything really happened that exciting there at the end. We had some pretty exciting stuff at the beginning. Guys, thank you so much for coming. I hope everyone has a great rest of your day. I gotta go get some work done now. I am severely overdone on my live streaming today. No, we can't crypto Clay. Gary Gensler weaseled his way out of his testimony tomorrow, so he won't be there tomorrow. Guys, thank you so much for coming. You guys are incredible. Stay tuned for the video later. I have a very interesting one coming later. You guys are awesome. And for now, Nickel out.